Me falta el... Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre...
Good morning. I am Leticia. It is a pleasure to be here again with all of you talking about mobility, about air mobility, about drones today. And this year we want to share with all of you our proposal. We've been working on it for a long time and we are really excited about it. It is a very ambitious one and in line with the future of drones. We want to offer our customers a drone service extreme to extreme. And this is possible because this solution uses the capabilities that we have as a telco, both technological and operational. We are going to show you a video now, a very short one, 30 seconds, but it shows the service exactly, how it works.
Bueno, como veis...
Well, as you can see, the solution that we offer breaks with the present model of drones. When we think about a drone service, what comes to our mind is a pilot remote controlling the drone with the remote control or the device. This changes the model completely, and we are going to see what changes and why. First of all, because there is a new drone technology, drone in a box. These stations that store the drone, charge the batteries, and facilitate the taking off and the landing. So when the drone needs to go on a mission, the station opens up, the drone flies away, does the mission, and then goes back in an autonomous way without needing the presence of someone, a human being, close to the nest, so to say. And this technology can be used for all sorts of unattended missions where there is a recurrence. It is important to have this recurrence in the number of operations of the drone. Second element that changes, the flights are not the ones that can be seen by a human, but your side. And our 5G network is very important for that, so that these drones can fly further away out of eyesight. And the European and Spanish regulations have incorporated the word automatization. So they have a more favorable position in Spain in order to provide this permit for this type of flights, VVLOS flights. Third element, the pilot is not local. The pilot is a remote pilot in the control center that might be located thousands of kilometers away. And Telefónica, in all these different elements, how do we contribute? Well, the VVLOS flights in Telefónica, we have all our technological capabilities and the 5G network, which is essential to improve the scope, to take control of the drone anytime, and to send away all the information that the drone transmits through telemetry and the videos that this drone is recording. And in our 5G network, we have advanced capabilities. Open Gateway. Open Gateway uses and information. Well, this is what happens when it's live. It's all right. So Open Gateway uses information in our network that is very valuable for drones. We are talking about forecasting the coverage in altitude, in height, in a specific region, and also to forecast the population in a specific region. This is very important so that when we plan the routes, we can design reliable and safe routes. We can anticipate risks and we can make sure that the connectivity will be there all along. Our network of desk computing with a forecast of 17 units in the end of 2026. This service allows us to do an immediate processing of the information of the drone. If we combine this with artificial intelligence, we are going to boost the efficiency, the automatization, and the answering capability of the drones. And apart from all these different technological capabilities, we have an operational capability, our National Center of Supervision and Operations. This center nowadays is in charge of the supervision of all the services that we offer in Telefónica, communications, television, and defense services, military services, and also it is in charge of supervising the infrastructure. I'm talking about the 60,000 base stations we have distributed all over Spain, more than 5 million kilometers of optic fiber, satellites, submarine cables, equipment offered to the customer. So this center will be in charge of supervising these nests and with these drones that we have just seen. So, which is the Telefónica strategy to reach agreements with the players of the drones ecosystem. We've reached an agreement with Nokia. Nokia betted for drones many years ago, and they are the ones manufacturing these drones and these nests and offering the control units. It has 2 headquarters in Belgium and in Switzerland. In Belgium, they already have 70 units of these automatic stations in the rooftops of the firefighter stations in order to fight fires, and in Switzerland for emergency uses. The important thing here is to say that the permits for these VVLOS flights and this remote operation of the drones are already there. We've been already given these permits, and Morphily Consulting is the agency in charge of asking for these permits, and we are working with this agency so that we can get these permits in Spain. This picture shows 2 things. First of all, the Telefónica proposal in this ecosystem of drones, and then, on the other hand, how our capabilities can locate us to offer the service that we are presenting today. Very briefly, which is the experience of our customers? We sell drone services, as you might know, and when our customers have to face a lot of operational and regulatory challenges, the maintenance of the drones, they have to recruit pilots and they have to ask for permits that are very simple for simple operations in the eyesight. But if we are talking about these type of flights and remote flying, these permits are very complex to obtain. In Telefónica, we want to liberate the customer from this complexity, and we absorb this complexity. The CNSO, the operations center, will be in charge of absorbing this. This center has 2 teams, one that works on the streets doing the repairing and the maintenance of these stations in these remote locations, but also a remote control center And this part on the street is that will allow us to do the supervision of the maintenance of these nests, and then the remote team will pilot the drones in a remote way and will control the nests, and then we are going to do the management of these permits because we want to internalize all these operations. And well, this is our proposal. Once we have explained to you this solution, we are going to give the floor to a round table in which we are going to delve into these aspects like regulation, new use cases and aggregated value cases. And we have Pedro de Alarcón, manager of Open Gateway, Kallitsa Savvidou, head of innovation, IoT, and Miguel Álvaro, product manager, defense and security. I'm going to sit down now. And well, the world of drones is a very regulated ecosystem. We need to talk about regulation. And we need to focus on the most restrictive environments, like urban environments. So in Switzerland, the permits are being granted for this type of flights, these remote flights in urban environments. This is great news, but we don't have the expected volume of operations so that the business opportunity is appealing enough. So why? Can you tell us, Pedro, why this has happened and which are the barriers that might exist? Good morning and thank you very much for being here. This is pretty early. And Leticia is telling us this new service of Telefónica, extreme to extreme. And I have this horrible slide just to show you which are the challenges. And in a security environment, we need to preserve the security of the people underneath these drones. And luckily enough, there is a new digital regulatory system, the EU space, that helps us to escalate this drone operation so that this is a reality. We watched the news a few years ago when we were expecting to have drones flying over us, and this is not happening. So what we are analyzing is why, which are the barriers and complexities, and from the technical perspective, the operation-wise and regulatory-wise and business-wise. And all these are very important. The business axis is very important so that the ecosystem works properly and reaches its potential. There is an opportunity of 900 million euros in this ecosystem in Spain, in different parts of the value chain. But it is true that this value chain is very fragmented. So we need leaders and partners that will allow us to put together all these fragmented parts that can offer a very simple service to the customer. The customer will only be in charge of asking for the mission, like asking when you order a pizza online. Telefónica will be in charge of organizing everything, so I will only be receiving the wish from the customer. This is the type of service that we want to offer, and we want to share with you the complexity behind. And how about use space? Well, it is a great question, and use space is a regulatory digital ecosystem. Very important, these two words, regulatory and digital. And it is moving forward very fast. Digital part means that in order for this to happen, we need to have a dialogue between different platforms, private partners and public partners, like, for example, AESA, AESA, the weather forecast agencies, and it happens in the cloud. while the drone is flying. This is done thanks to some systems that offer APIs, interfaces that allow these platforms to be connected. And this physical network allow us to create layers, and we are offering APIs in all the drones ecosystem. And this means that other telcos, like the ones we see here, are going to offer the same APIs to the whole ecosystem. So when we need to move from one network to the other one, they will be using the same API. And for the Telefónica business, this experience can be brought to Brazil, to the United Kingdom, to Germany, exactly with the same composition of layers. So you talked about APIs, which are very valuable for the drones ecosystem. So which are the APIs that we offer in Telefónica, giving this value, and that can help to make these permits and authorizations more agile? Well, you're right. This is very important to select a portfolio of APIs, a very powerful and solid one, in order to start these services. We have 4 APIs to start with. The first one, to obtain all the authorizations to operate a drone. This is the map of the population map. The regulator wants to know how many people are underneath the drone. It's not the same flying during a football match with a packed up stadium than flying over a rural area. So it is not the same. So we need telecommunications networks to know who is underneath. We take all the information, we aggregate it, and we offer this population density, and this helps AESA. And we also offer these air coverage maps, and this is very useful to cover the terrain with when a drone goes up 40 meters, this information is not that clear. And you can see it in our stand how it works. And we are also leveraging 5G. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that 5G is fully expressed. So these drones will need a lot of connectivity and bandwidth, and we have an API for that will guarantee that if there is a challenge, a lot of people connected, a football match, like I said, the drone will never lose its quality and its low latency in connectivity. And then everything related to the localization of the drone itself. The drone has to be under control at all times. We have GPS that can be hacked, so we have APIs to do that. The location of the SIM card cannot be hacked. So if a hacker wants to interfere in the signal and control the drone, we have a countermeasure to prevent that. Well, these are basically the things that we already have, and you're already working with AESA. Yes, we have a European project. You're welcome, and with all the partners that are needed in order to do this, AESA, ENAIRE, and many other drones operators and customers, and as operators, we have Telefónica. Telefónica is the only operator in the project. And now I'm going to focus on use cases. And in Belgium, they are already using this. And I would like to focus on the industrial field, because the use cases are multiple. And if you could tell us, Kallitsa, which are the case uses that the clients are demanding, that have more potential, and also with AI. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, what we are seeing is that the most potential, the ones that have more potential, is the cases where we have the drones capabilities together with the artificial intelligence. The drones allow us to optimize all the process to obtain information, and also the artificial intelligence allow us to transform all this data into more precise decisions. And without this, if we add the connectivity and 5G connectivity, this potential simplifies everything. We can do autonomous operations, and we can process this information on real time, and also we can take decisions. And in the most relevant cases, we can also focus on these critical infrastructures, the energy sector, for example, the solar farms, and all sorts of stations. And in this specific case, we've been working a lot, and drones allow us to do a remote inspection. Before, they had to go all over the infrastructure, they had to take pictures and write some reports, and now they can do this automatic inspection, and everything, all the problems might be detected remotely. And now, with the drones in a box and this Nest technology, a drone can cover a distance of 10-15 kilometers, and we can know the number of nests that are going to be needed, and it can be managed in a remote way. And in wind farms, we are talking about windmills, and these we use the computer vision technology, and we can detect erosion and the fissures, and we can make a digital twin of this wind panel, and we can reduce the time, and we don't need to stop this windmill from working. And how can we bring this to offshore farms? And the impact is even higher here. And we can offer more data, and we can make a comparison of different parameters that will show us some problems, like, for example, the fluids in the tanks, thermal points. If we offer these drones with sensors and cameras, we can see the volume of vegetation. We can compare how the vegetation evolves from one time to the next, and sometimes these can show that there might be a problem of gases accumulation. And we can also see the terrain and compare if there are any problems. And in agriculture, there is another sector, and we can incorporate cameras, and thanks to artificial intelligence, we can create a prescription map to control pests, irrigation systems, focusing on vineyards and olive groves. And another use case is the use of drones for storing, and all industries can do different inventories. Now it's done manually, and this is very costly. And with the drones, it can be automatized, and we can reduce the loss of stock and an inventory more often, that will allow our customers to offer a better experiences. And these are some of the use cases that we've seen. And what we are seeing with our customers is that the customers don't have doubts about the benefits, and what they need is to understand how they are going to escalate it and in their everyday life. And also thanks to our 5G connectivity that can allow these autonomous flights, and thanks to our capabilities, will allow us to integrate this data that we have with all the internal systems with our customers, and we can giving support to our customers in this journey. Thank you very much. Fantastic explanation of different use cases, real ones, in which Telefónica is already working. Thank you very much. And other aspects would be security. We need to talk about security here. It is true that the last years we've witnessed an increase in the use of drones, and the society is full of drones now, and this growth has risks as well. And it's like hackers in the digital world. So, Miguel, how are we approaching in Telefónica this growth, and which are the measures that we can apply to mitigate the risk? Well, in Telefónica, we are aware of the security needs, and the war in Ukraine has taught us a lot. And drones can be munition. In Spain, we don't have the situation of war, but we still need a secure environment. Here you can see the Siglo Fede system with other private company services. It is what the police body uses, and the civil guard body. It has passive antennae that can take down the drones, and it was born in Madrid, and nowadays with these systems we have 200 systems all over the territory. And to give you some figures, last year we detected 97,000 flights of drones in Spain. So it is a system that is working, that it is approved, that it's being used by different police forces in Spain. And this system, it is the first system that integrates the public-private partnership. So the most important example would be the Spanish league, football league. We are protecting all the stadiums, and it is regulated in different stages. It is not easy, as you might imagine, but it is a reality, and it is a tangible project. And there are no other companies that have such big collaborative networks, and it's being used. It is a word our police forces are using, and thank God we didn't have any problems. And we are working every day very hard so that this ecosystem of drones can be seen sooner than later. So commercial service with a lot of success, but not only in passive environments, also in industrial environments. The most important project is this one, but we have also systems in critical infrastructures and banking services, and we need this collaboration, that the companies give data to the security agency, to the police bodies, and then these police forces can do this remote control without needing to be there presently. And so we finish this roundtable, and I would like to talk about this message. The future of drones is linked to the capabilities of Telefónica, and this power and this capability of Telefónica to integrate all the different pieces of the ecosystem is what allows us to do these integral services. Thanks to my colleagues Pedro, Kallitsa, Miguel, for sharing your knowledge and experience. Thanks for your presence here. And we wanted to invite you. We have a Timo. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. We will be around every day. Thank you very much.
A nivel de... ¿Me escucháis? Sí, vale.
Sí.
A nivel de negocio, ¿cuáles son las perspectivas?
So which are the perspective of Telefónica regarding drones? So which is your ambition in this sense? Well, we are going to start now to do the first pilots. Our idea is that in the following years, we are going to deploy a network of drones, and they will be operated by our remote control center or the customer's remote control center. We're going to start this pilot, and we are going to expand from there. And how about international expansions? Now we are in Telefónica, Spain. So we encourage you to go see the demo, and we can give you more details. So thank you very much.
Hola. Andrea, ¿te llaman?
Ah, perdón.
Hola, buenos días. Me voy a presentar, mi nombre es Enrique Blanco y hasta el próximo día 31 de marzo soy el responsable de tecnología y sistemas.
Good afternoon. I'm responsible of the CTIO Telefónica, and I am responsible of CTI Telefónica Latin America, and I will be replacing Enrique as a global CTIO. The message is we are going to improve in Telefónica, and which is going to be the projection of networks and of systems, and obviously I will try and show you which have been the decisions, the technological decisions linked to technological cycles of Telefónica that we've been doing in the past. And then I will give the floor to Andrea, and she will show you how we are going to keep on evolving and improving our networks, focusing on servicing our clients. And then we are here for any easy questions you might want to ask. Telefónica made a decision a long time ago. When you have a look at what Telefónica has done in the past, you have to focus on what we have offered to the society and to the customers, and which is the capabilities we have offered them at home, in their devices, business-wise, and what have we done to build the operation model so that the customer has the best perception of the service we can offer them. And we approached the first ones, fiber. We think that the access at the households had to be very robust, and here in Spain we can say that our customers have the best fiber access, and we were pioneers apart from China and South Korea. And not only this, we created technology so that the customer perceived what's important to them. You have to offer great experiences where there was nothing in the market, because we were the first ones. We offer these user experiences that are nowadays the brand Telefónica. We made the decision to go for this 5G deployment model, in which the perception by the customer is the best, and we have been evolving in the past in order to offer a standalone service to our customers, not only coverage-wise, but also in all aspects. And we have also offered this type of architecture. In 2014, we said that we would not buy any platforms that had these virtual features. We defined our own architecture with all the deficiencies that we had in the past, but we are taking the next step so that we can choose different verticals, and all the intelligence is really virtualized. And this program that works on software pieces have allowed us to move further on. And all this journey started with IT. The world of network and of IT systems seem to be in silos, but that's not true. The team showed me that no matter which territory you are, the softwareization model and the VSS and the OSS have allowed us to have a goal, and this is why all the cloudification process have been a paradigm, and we do it because a traditional system takes years to be implemented, and if we focus on cloudified, notified solutions, it takes us months, and it is something fundamental. And then when you have the right access and you have the correct architecture and a model in cloud, all the pieces in the transport mobility and fixed systems allow you to manage these different pieces. And we focused on industry in order to go to this automatization process. We've been able to benchmark our services, and we are in the best position. We have a great impact on efficiency, which is very important, but not only this. We can observe networks as a group of softwareized pieces that allow us to better manage the systems. And this is what we've been doing with a great effort to limit the investment, with a fundamental piece, which is security. We are going to have a session about security and safety. We have all sorts of security, perimeter security, 4G, 5G, and the security of networks, the intrinsic security of networks, something we focus on, the zero trust, that it is not only in the perimeter but also inwards. Networks that cannot be cracked, and to use quantum technologies, post-quantum technologies, quantum communications and security capabilities, not only by devices, but also using other algorithms all related to quantum technology. And we are not there yet, but we are working on it. And we've done a lot. But if I see what's still in front of us, what we have to keep on doing to complete this map of deployment of capabilities of fiber from 1 giga to 5G, there is still a long way to go. But the journey is beautiful. And Andrea is going to give you details about that.
Bueno, primero gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, Enrique, and thanks to all of you for being here. For me, it's an honor and a challenge to replace Enrique or to substitute Enrique, because, you know, he has an amazing track record here in the house and in the industry at large. Let me tell you a little bit more about the journey that has brought us here. To be honest, connectivity needs will remain insignificant, both in terms of capacity and capitality, and also in terms of service quality, latency requirements, and of course security, safety and security. In Telefónica, in technology, we are grounded on 3 key pillars. Enrique already listed them. Let me perhaps bring them all together. The first one is go to cloud. We believe all the architecture, all the technological architecture has to be in the cloud, be it in the private or in the hybrid version. The second pillar has to do with disaggregation, the softwareization, disaggregation. Well, we work in all layers to get there because this gives us a great deal of flexibility and improves service. And the third pillar has to do with automation and with the inclusion, of course, or incorporation of AI in this instance. So let me tell you a little bit more about it. If we look at the different layers, let me start by the lower one, capillarity, and from there bottom up. In the case of fixed access, as you know, we believe in fiber, and we are fiber champions in Europe. Clearly, we have deployed GPON, and now what we are doing is precisely to start with 10 GPON in a massive way in the geographies where we have fiber. Of course, we also work with open architecture. We are now in the process of developing to open access suppliers with disaggregated solutions. Now, in the case of fiber with Digipong, we need equipments that will help us boost the Digipong with Wi-Fi 7. Our devices at household are meant to keep deploying Wi-Fi 7 and will keep implementing 50 Digipong and Wi-Fi 8. In the case of access, mobile access, we consider that 5G has still a long way ahead. We need to keep working in all geographies, and we need to keep increasing coverage capacity. Now, we need to keep deploying advanced 5G, which are the upcoming releases, 18, 19, so that we can boost all the capabilities in terms of spectrum efficiency, energy efficiency, and other features that would allow us more services for our clients. Now, if we go up and we move to the transport network, in the transport network there is a fundamental project for us all that we have been developing for quite a long time, but which is more and more present, which is the software-defined network. And this allows us a great deal of flexibility in terms of implementing new services, connectivity services. It brings the time to market down. And again, we are implementing more and more use cases. And this is what we will keep doing in our networks. When it comes to transport, we also believe strongly in this aggregation. We already have signed contracts which are already executed to implement optical disaggregation matrices in some geographies. We have also successfully tested the IP disaggregation, and furthermore this year we will be implementing fiber optics with pluggables. Now, when it comes to the transport layer, we aim at disaggregation. This allows us the possibility to develop new services at the core level. Now, if I go to the core, as I said before, and as Enrique already mentioned, well, everything is cloudified, everything is at the cloud level, and the stage where we are now is precisely boosting, enhancing the cloudification, which will allow us to automate, right? So we are working with D-box methodologies at the core, DCIs, CT, CD, and this allows a great deal of flexibility. This gives a great deal of flexibility to the implementation and integration process in testing and in operations. And we have also successfully tested the software upgrade, the ISSU, which is a software upgrade on the spot without having to download the service from the node. And this is fundamental because the complexity in the network core forces these alternatives and to ease all the processes and the operations, because, you know, those working in this sector know that when someone messes with the systems, failures happen. Now, when it comes to the network core, I would like to underline that there are 3 significant projects in monetization which are extremely relevant in our business. We work to have the best possible networks and also to be able to monetize them. And we clearly believe in slicing. We believe and we already have slicing successful use cases with some of our clients, especially in B2B, but we keep working in the B2C market also. And this is indeed important because this allows customers to ensure network tranches for specific purposes. We also embrace the edge. We have edge nodes, which are already implemented here in Spain, and we believe this to be a central project to bring closer nodes to the customer for our customers' specific needs. This, of course, improves latency, and as a result, the services we offer from a core perspective, from the network core perspective, we are working to expose network capabilities in a standardized manner on the grounds of APIs so that we can develop services and monetize these capabilities. Now, if we go to the superior layer, BCS and OSS, when it comes to BSS, as Enrique already mentioned, we have been working for quite a long time now on this journey, and all our BSS are precisely built on cloud architecture. We are moving forward little by little. We go from more monolithic systems to best-of-breed systems with the aim of enabling open interfaces with APIs so that we can define services at this level with the business. And of course, everything is virtualized and disaggregated, and clearly we introduce in that layer all AI-related capabilities. Let me go now to the OSS, which at the end of the day are the management systems. We aim at management systems which are somehow network agnostic. We want OSS to ensure the network is data-driven, and this is why we are working a great deal on automation. And this is what I wanted to talk about in the next slide. I would say that there are two cross-cutting topics, which were already mentioned by Enrique, but yet I believe it to be fundamental to speak about autonomous networks. We have a autonomous networks programs, a very robust program, which was kicked off years ago, but it has a long way ahead, a long way to go. This program aims at ensuring networks autonomy. We want to avoid depending on humans. Everything is based on the TM forum with a scale from 1 to 5. We clearly aim at a 5. We are at 3 right now. In some processes, we would like to get to 4. These autonomy measures are measured in terms of layer, fixed access, transport, OIP, optics, etc. And in processes also. So from the planning process, designing, engineering, implementation, testing, and maintenance. And yeah, the program aims at ensuring the automation of all processes and in all layers. This will have to be intra-processes in the near future. We want to make sure that the process is automated end-to-end. Otherwise, there would be automated silos, and this is not what we want. And here is where AI for network will play an important role, and not the other way around. Not the network for AI, which is rather about the architecture of the networks to support AI. No, this is the other way around. To what extent AI can help us in the process, in the automation process. This is again a cross project covering all the areas, and the other cross project I wanted to mention is an excellent center on quantum technologies. We know that quantum computing will happen sooner or later, and we also know that communications today are not safe or will not be safe the day quantum computing is a reality. So we need to get ready from now on so that our communications are safe and to ensure that our customers' communications are kept safe. This is why Telefónica has been working on this project for many years now, and now we have this Center of Excellence on Quantum Technologies that will allow us to develop and grow significantly in this area. And I will not tell you much more because in the next session this topic will be raised. Our director, Patricia Díez, the director for security and networks, will precisely chair the following panel, so I invite you to participate in the next panel. And this is it from my side. Thank you very much, and I think we can now open the Q&A session if there are any questions, doubts, concerns. There's quite a lot of noise, a lot of background noise. Hello, my name is José Manuel Rodríguez from El Mundo. I would like to ask you, with all these movements around investors, joint networks with other shareholders, etc., is this making it a little bit more difficult? Could you give us figures about fiber deployed in Spain? Now, when it comes to the first question, architectures are industry architectures. There's no point in, you can be the first one to take the decision to deploy FTTH to units, to households, but unless you have previously developed a DigiPone network, you will never be competitive. So interfaces and architectures are deeply interconnected in the industry, so they are industry related, right? Otherwise, when you want to deploy, the volume of all the operators will make the solutions more efficient and, even more importantly, more robust as possible. So the answer would be, it has no impact. On the contrary, this will help. Any solution that contributes to taking solutions that contribute to aggregation are terrific. There's, for example, there are clear examples in transport, in software, in multi-laser, to evolve from 1 gigabyte to 10 gigabytes. Telefónica is a very relevant company, but per se, we lack volume to move the dial. So this would be the question, or the answer rather, to the first question. So unless we operate as a sector, there will be, this would make no sense. The second question, could you give us figures about 10 gigabytes per second deployment here in Spain? There's a very specific circumstance here, and I think Telefónica and Spain should feel proud about it. The only the only Western country that can think about a mass migration from 1 to 10 gigabytes is Spain, for one very simple reason, which is that all our customers' database is in 1 gigabyte. Now we're working to see to what extent we can softwareize intelligence by introducing multi-lasers that will manage 1 gigabyte and 10 gigabytes with all the external plan, which is also compatible with 1 and 10, and Andrea said, and 50 when the time comes. So if the external plan supports what you have already developed, 1 or 10, it doesn't matter. And if intelligence is softwareized so that it can implement a multi-laser at 1 or at 10, depending on the customer's request, the dream of any engineer, of any operator, would be to operate on a 1-by-1 logic. So at the end of the day, the cost is the cost of moving from 1 to 10 gigabytes with all the intrinsic elements. The technology is there. We're working so that capillarity is a reality, and the next step will be taking a decision, right, to do a migration process with the available technology. This will, of course, depend on the right time, on the right moment, and of course, Telefónica Spain, Telefónica Brazil will take the decision. The nice thing is that we are working, and we have been working hard to ensure more efficiency. Our KPI on revenue is quite demanding, but we want also to ensure that capillarity allows us to migrate at 10 gigabytes. So from a theoretical perspective, this would already be possible. Now, commercially, perhaps it's not the right time yet. I'm not sure I have answered to your question. Have I? Hello and good morning. My name is Nicolas Larroca from BCL News, and I would like to ask you, well, a lot has been said about modernization and changes in the network, but this of course depends a great deal on the spectrum. So how are you working with governments from different countries to keep connecting and to move to the significative connectivity stage? To be honest, clearly those who are working directly on the topic are the regulatory section, right? We look at the spectrum need, and they work with the governments so that we get to better understand the rules of the game and to comply with them. And from a technological perspective, we're working in our spectrum requirements, higher spectrum, lower spectrum, broadband. But of course, working with governments depends, the interaction with governments depends on the regulation unit or regulatory unit. So not that we can tell you much more about it. Yeah, we are systematically working to improve our spectrum efficiency in our radio devices. This is one of our obsessions. This is why we have technologies such as the massive MIND mode. We do our utmost so that with the available spectrum, which is one of our main assets as an operator, well, we want to ensure that this spectrum is used in the best possible and in the most efficient manner so that we can offer our customers the best possible perceived quality. One example is Germany. We freed more than 90% of the 3G spectrum so that it could be implemented at the 4G level and offer our customers a better experience. But of course, it's a continuum. How am I going to be improving? Well, through more intelligent antenna and through liberation, so through spectrum liberation capability, so that we can offer customers a better perceived quality. And the second one is when a new technology appears, call it 5G, well, there are two important spectrum elements which are to be considered, 3.5 and 700. Countries took the decision took different decisions regarding how we have access to such spectrums. I think they should be redefined, because the more you invest in a spectrum, the less capabilities you have in range to reach the widest possible range with the same spectrum. But hey, this is nothing we can work on right now. Our responsibility is to improve, free, improve, free, improve, free. This is the dynamics, and this is the continuum we're working on. We'll see in the future. We'll see what happens with other spectrums. We'll see what policy. I hope that, as our president said, consolidation will help us set up new criteria, but this is only a wishful thinking, I guess. Hello, my name is Javier from Satacan. My question is about the excellence center you've talked about. Could you give us, a deadline and the expected investment? We'll give you the information. We'll share this information. We've been working for 10 years in quantum communications in Madrid, in the Basque Country, in Vitoria. No, not in Vitoria, in Vizcaya, sorry. So we have physical limitations, no more than 70 kilometers. Algorithms are rather incipient, not mature enough. But technology is about implementing knowledge. We have a great deal of knowledge in quantum technology, but now we are starting to work in the development of implementable technology now, there's more demand. So what we'll see in the beginning is an example of PPP that contributes to grounding technology. And we have customers now with whom we work in a monographic way. The Excellence Center was already approved by the ExCom with the specific use cases, and will supply now resources from Telefónica and outside to make it a reality, because sensorics and safe communications are at stake, as well as being untrackable by quantum supervisors. Well, hopefully in 3, 4, 5 years we'll have a significant number of technicians managing sensors, services, and quantum computing. This would be a dream when this becomes a reality, right? Of course, all this stems with the project of a partner. Well, there's a nice solution. The Excellence Center will grow to the extent of our possibilities, and we hope it will, be a great success.
Entonces,
Vale, sí, soy Mariana Álvarez.
Hello, Mariana Álvarez from Markets, Mercados. I would like to know a little bit more about the spectrum. What should be reconsidered? Please, be bold. Yeah, because, you said before that this policy should be reconsidered. No, what I said before, well, you said be bold. I am being bold. I am really bold. So our capabilities are not unlimited, and this is clear right now. Spectrum is a clear element to, or a central element to offer services. And then we go back to the spectrum distribution examples. Now my comment would be, to the extent of the possibilities, when we have a less demanding model, more oriented to deployment actions, well, the more and the quicker we'll deploy. But if you add pay per spectrum, there is no doubt speed will be reduced. This is my opinion, and if we go down this line, the deployment speed will be limited, because we need to solve a couple of things here. First, we need a reasonable spectrum, and then each country will define what they mean by that. And we also need a monetizing system, because what we have today is not agile nor flexible. And look at the deployment times. It's not easy to understand. It's not difficult to understand that there is quite a lot of room for improvement. But again, I'm being super bold. I have a second question. As a consumer, there are other operators who call me and many of my relatives to offer us Wi-Fi sales. Wi-Fi 6, sorry. And you've been talking about Wi-Fi 7 or 8. Is it worth going to Wi-Fi 6? Wi-Fi 6 is a groundbreaking technology with a better quality and quality perception features. Nonetheless, Wi-Fi 6 has a limit around 6 gigabytes, and this, of course, has leaks. But when we move to 10 gigabytes, as your colleague said, Wi-Fi 6 would offer you a highway with a 10 gigabytes capability, but it will limit the capability to 2. This is why we are working to align with Wi-Fi 7 when we have a market proposal. And after Wi-Fi 7, we'll keep improving it, because at the end of the day, let me remind you that you do not pay for fiber, you pay for high quality Wi-Fi. 80% of traffic goes through Wi-Fi networks, only 20% through LAN networks or landlines. Not to speak about Wi-Fi to sell without the customer perceiving it. There's a long way ahead. And she will be in charge of implementing all these new developments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the last 40 years in the company. You weren't even born. Thanks for your patience, and thanks for the respect you've always treated me with. Thank you.
Buen día otra vez. Recuerden este día. Tendrá más episodios en el Mobile World Congress.
Well, welcome again. We are here to talk about the maturity process, and we need to have technology and applied know-how, and we need to have the industry that needs the technology to create new products, to improve, to be better, to be more efficient. And sometimes there is a collaboration between the public and the private sector, and also focusing on the society and the way we can improve the lives of the society, taking big steps in technology. And we are now in this situation right now, and to me it is a great pleasure to introduce you Patricia. And she's going to explain to you what happens when industry, know-how, service to the society and public sector get together in this first step. Patricia, whenever you want. Thank you. And all these examples in quantum technology in Telefónica, we want to make the most of the benefits of this technology and to mitigate the possible challenges in this quantum technology that have an impact on the cryptography, the way we know it right now. I don't know if you know anything about the store now and decipher afterwards, which is the main quantum threat. We have other initiatives that are being implemented in the public administrations, both the European and national administrations, that will publish their proposals next weeks. And in Telefónica, we have created this Center of Excellency of Quantum Technologies, and we are going to govern all the regulation, and we can present the quantum safe proposal to our customers. The Excellency Center is going to combine all the different initiatives we have in the company, and also these agreements with third parties and the participation in international fora to share our proposal of quantum safe with all the industry. It is fundamental from our perspective. So we have three main pillars: the cybersecurity and communications, quantum computation, and other applications of computation like sensors, weather forecast. When we talk about communications, it was said before by Enrique and Andrea, we have our main technology. It's a QKD, quantum key distribution, and it's based on principles of quantum mechanics, and we're talking about physical devices. And we have the cybersecurity, APQC. It is software, algorithm, mathematic algorithms that are resistant to the quantum computing, and to minimize the risk. In this implementation, we need to apply a strategy of crypto agility, and because we need to adapt our systems and solutions so that we can change these algorithms, this cryptography post-quantum, what they break, because the PQC are traditional algorithms, resistant to computing bad traditional algorithms. And we need to assess all these different threats, and we will be able to mitigate them with new tools and solutions to adapt the security we have, mitigate the risks. So these immediate actions, the evaluation of the threats, the regulatory analysis, which is very important. It can have an impact on security, and we need to adapt it in Telefónica. We need to assess all the different funds and its applicability in the post-quantum transition. And a deployment of quantum communications with QKD technology for big customers or for critical environment. Enrique said that there is a limitation in distance between 180 meters, but for critical environments it is something that we have already tested and we know it works. We need to define an architecture and implement the algorithms in the services that we have nowadays in communication and cybersecurity, and also to have resources and budget. We are focusing on talent and the reskilling of our seniors, and to give an opportunity to them to evolve. And in the mid-run, the next 2 years approximately, we will have to start with a hybrid deployments in a hardware and software, and also we will have to assess different use cases about quantum computing to optimize our network and optimize our radio nodes. We need to update the exchange of key passes and to work on an architecture of transition and adapt our systems. And then in a term that would be of approximately 5 years, we will have a complete migration with all the post-quantum cryptography, and we will be able to assess all these different evolutions and how these can impact us. And also our requirements for security, and also with our industrial customers and its implementation, and focused on IoT. And we have some demos. It is important to underline that they are ready for its commercialization. And also we have 3 demos that I recommend you to see, and with the different quantum technologies between 2 hospitals in Madrid. And we have also introduced post-quantum algorithm in the SIM cards of the water meters, and also post-quantum algorithms in critical environments and with a Sursi mechatronic. And another project that we have within the regional government of Vizcaya, and we have deployed a Fujitsu computer, and it is very important because it's the first time that such a team leaves Japan, and we have it here. And it is one of the headquarters in which we are going to establish the Excellency Center. And this is the public-private collaboration we are going to start in quantum collaborations, led by Miguel Ángel Alonso, Director of Northern Territory, whenever you want. Well, good morning. Thank you, Patricia. I am going to invite the protagonists. I'm going to start with Ainara Basurko, who is a representative of economic promotion of Vizcaya, Escolástico Sánchez, executive director of BBVA, Carlos Kuchkovsky, CEO of Centroy, and Jorge de la Herran from Cubistim. After listening to Patricia and Enrique, and the world of quantum technologies opens up a lot of opportunities, and to me it is an honor to listen to you, and I am proud of how Telefónica wants to deploy it. Quantum technology is going to revolutionize the sensors and the technologies. But today we are going to talk about an approach with a collaboration. This public-private collaboration is not easy. Quantum technology is not easy, and these two complicated concepts, the teams in the regional government in Vizcaya have been able to build this project that it is being really relevant. The Be Kind project has an impact on the productive fabric, and it contributes to the know-how, and they are here to talk about its impact on the territory and how they did it. I have Ainara, as I said, representative of the economic department. She has studies in laws by Deusto University, postgraduate in management, and an expert in business competitiveness. Ainara worked in a strategic consulting agency until 2002, and from then she started boosting the territory, first as a director in Lazzaro, and from 2015 on she was the general director of CBS to boost all the territory in economic development, and since 2019 she is the representative of economic promotion. Thank you very much, Ainara. So, what's Be Kind and its goals, and why the regional government of Vizcaya wants to do it? Well, thank you very much to you all. And thank you for having invited us. Why Be Kind? It is a technology, and it is changing. It is changing the rules of the game in different industries, and it is going to be a critical element for competitiveness. And the reflection that we do from the institutions is that we need to generate the conditions so that our companies can start experimenting with this technology, knowing that we can still do other things, but all we can do now will be better to have a better position. And we started in 2021. So we wanted to get surrounded by partners that would help us with this idea. and we made the first approaches with IBM and together with the Basque universities for technological centers, and also through our society. And we have integrated other collaborators. It's been strategic, and you know it, Manuel, Ángel. This journey that we've done together with Telefónica, and also we have built some accesses to other technologies and to different providers of quantum technology. And thanks to you, we have approached the world of startups. They have also given us their support, the world of universities, academia, technological centers, and building ecosystems. And we are here in 2024 when we developed this Be Kind strategy. Its main goal is to connect offer with demand. And we have structured the access to technology in 12 different platforms of different technological partners. And we have a technological partner, Telefónica, that will allow us to help, that will help us in this with the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And we have industrial companies from other fields that see this need to take steps forward in this technology. With Be Kind, we are going to establish this bridge between offer and demand, and from the administration we are going to offer all the conditions so that we have concrete real projects. And also this in the global strategy of BIS Quantum, in which we are developing other lines. Now, Escolástico Sánchez, Executive Director of BBVA, responsible of quantum in BBVA. He is a mathematician and he has 3 patents already filed. He worked in the financing sector back in 1998 in the National Commission of the Value Market, and he worked there for 6 years. Escolástico has an integrated vision of the financing sector, being more realistic in the management of portfolio, responsible of risk budgets, and the legal and compliance parts during 6 more years. Escolástico, welcome and thank you for being here. So 2025 is the International Year of Quantum Technology. So how this can have an impact on the technology. Thank you very much, Miguel Ángel, and thank you very much for being here. Well, 100 years ago, it was when the quantum physics was invented. Quantum engineer is what's happening now. And we, as a BVAI, it gives some visibility and to invest on all this and to invest because everything is science and science is applied, and it is going to open up easily, and if we help them to do that, it's going to move faster. So this is the goal, I would say, to give visibility and to invest, and also that this technology is even better. And I truly hope that we walk the talk, because it is very important, and in Europe, having the best scientists and the best at international level, and with other geopolitical areas, when applying these technologies, we are a little behind. So Jorge is telling me that it's not like this, and I would say that we are a little behind. Well, thank you very much. So, CEO of Kusantroid, founded Kusantroid. It is a quantum as a service, a platform to help companies to introduce in the world of quantum computing. And Carlos developed some roles in innovation, helping to adopt disruptive technologies that quantum computing, artificial intelligence, or blockchain. Carlos is a member of the counseling board of Quantum Flexit, and then the working group of the Economic Forum, the World Economic Forum. He leads different strategies, like his work on the Open Quantum Institute of CERN. He collaborates in quantum machine learning projects to reduce carbon. Thank you very much for being here. And the first question, so which are the cases of these different organizations that want to adopt quantum computing? Well, we have different challenges, but we have some similarities. The first challenge would be to understand quantum computing, the directors, the technical team, and the management team. The second challenge would be to understand the case uses that can apply, and also, as Escolástico said, when quantum computing is going to be ready to solve these use cases. So first of all, we need to understand it, generate the use cases, and analyze them. And then the third challenge would be the great amount of options. And also for some companies like Fujitsu. And regarding performance. So just to summarize, to understand the impact, to understand how it works, the impact, and to integrate all these different technologies, knowing which one works better for these different use cases. And Jorge is a founder of Cubic Team. He defines himself as a young entrepreneur who is 50. He is an expert in IT, a strategic consultant, and he likes music and composing music. And he founded back in 1997 in the Basque Country the first communication agency, interactive agency. And then he focused on strategic counseling, of looking for innovative projects in which emerging technologies had an important role to play. And he's a co-founder of different companies. And in 2022, he founded a Cubic Team based on quantum technologies of second generation. So Jorge, welcome and thank you for being here today. So we are talking about quantum technology, and when we talk about quantum technology, we talk about quantum technology, but you don't do algorithms and you don't do computing. So what do you do? Be Kind, what's the benefit of Be Kind? Well, maybe I will answer you with a question. What is not good about Be Kind? We have access, we are in a privileged ecosystem, we have contacts with corporates, and we can use all types of quantum technologies all over the world. And anybody who has a great idea, well, the doors are open. And we do not depend on quantum computers. We work on measures. The most important thing of humankind to measure in a strategic way so that you can manage things. And this is the challenge we are working on. And we are measuring water to detect forever chemicals, the persistent chemicals that are looming, and we are doing a different type of scales when technology now is using nanometric scale, and we want to leave aside this obsolete technology and use a more advanced technology. Well, thank you very much. Now we are going to start the next round of questions, and if we can compliment you in a way, that would be great. Ainara, which is the role of companies in Be Kind? Well, fundamental, because Be Kind, it is a project from the regional government. We are going to offer this technology, and also the expert knowledge to concrete these different projects and to do a follow-up. And we think that there are projects that can be early applied in 3 or 4 months' time, and the companies will have to devote small teams to focus on this. And to give time and to give to have concrete projects, and then this Be Kind ecosystem, and keep on learning. At Escolástico, well, this technology is a breakthrough, and it's like a science fiction, but it is just science overlapping and things that cross the walls, very weird things. But it is also a problem of engineering, and these problems are there. A lot of noise, a lot of decoherence that we call it, and then the first problem would be the hardware, the engineering. And this on the one hand, but then in the software there are a lot of algorithms, and we need to do more algorithms. Easier to understand. This would be another challenge, and for this too we need talent. These are one of the disadvantages of these technologies. We need a lot of people with talent, with preparation, so that these two challenges can be done. And there is also a report that said that only 1 job out of 3 were covered. So there is a lack of talent. These would be the 3 main challenges from my perspective: hardware, algorithms, and talent. Well, a good combination, indeed. So, Carlos, we are talking about public and private partnership. You have a wide experience in this sense. So, which is the potential of impact generated in the ecosystems in which these public-private partnerships are generated, like in Be Kind? Well, to me, it is the public sphere on the one hand, and also the challenges of society, and also the business development. So and also the social impact. So the energy through strategies and capital, the goals in which the private industries can give a goal and the resources, and we can measure the impact, social and corporate impact. Well, thank you very much. Jorge, you are a quantum company, quantum sensors. So what these can give us vis-a-vis these sensors that we traditionally use? And also, why water and which other derivations you're doing in which this technology? There is a key things, the epicenters, the centers of vacant nitrogen. It's called diamond. They are synthetic diamonds, and that combined with fibers, and then we can talk to them. And as I said in the beginning, we can measure in a more efficient way. And so the sensors and the quantum, what we are trying to do is measuring. We are not measuring faster. We are not changing answers, we are changing questions. So we are going to measure things that were unmeasurable. That this is the important part of what we are doing. Why this technology is really a breakthrough. And we have started with water and the persistent chemicals is a problem that surround us. There are wonderful things like Teflon and Gore-Tex that are wonderful non-sticking surfaces, but they are chains of fluoride that are undestroyable, and we're eating them. And we don't know we are actually eating them. These new measuring techniques, I don't want to generate social alarm, but these new measuring techniques allow us to fight in a more efficient way to guarantee the quality of life. And we were born for that, quantum for good, to start measuring and to manage things that are truly important. And we talk about liquid, we talk about saliva, another big challenge, and then we will talk about gas in the near future. Ainara, in Vizcaya, since the past years, has very clear goals in the in getting talent and appealing talent. And how do you do appealing talent and appealing money in quantum technology as well? In the Basque Country and in Vizcaya, we understand which are our strategic sectors, and industry plays an important role. And in industry, we know where the strengths are. There's a powerful value chains that we need to reinforce in this context of digitalization and decarbonization. And we know that competitiveness has talent as a key factor. So to have people who can track new projects, and we are deploying some actions, and its goal is to develop local talent. And in this sense, we try to boost training in critical cross-section areas like these quantum technology that allow our sectors and our companies to take one step forward. Something else would be how to create loyalty with our talent and making them see the excellent professional future in the companies in our territory, and then to attract talent. And when we are talking about attracting talent, international talent that we also needed, we need to offer appealing proposals. What do we mean? The people can develop their professional careers and personal lives, and these bet for quantum technology that has a cross-cut impact is very appealing to attract talent. And we need to take more steps forward, and we need to concentrate in the same space, in a concrete space, all this that we are mentioning, so that it is visible, we will be able to take more steps forward. And in this sense, this is what we're doing with the University of the Basque Country, so that we can put together all these different things, this connection between offer and demand, with different classrooms to interact with the university students, with activities that deal with raising awareness and dissemination, so that all these opportunities get to the citizens, and also offering a space to startups that will allow us to go faster. And we believe that this should go international. This way we will be better positioned to attract talent and investment. Looking for differentiation, yes, that's for sure. And it is to appeal talent and the capability of the territory in Spain to be leaders and to be a quantum nation, and this incentive of collaboration. Well, thank you very much, and I will have to leave you now. Well, Carlos has to go. We all have very busy agendas. Jorge, get closer. We don't want to see an empty chair so close. So, Escolástico, you're a mathematician in a financing center. Which are the opportunities, and what do you see in BBVA that these quantum technologies can contribute? Well, this technology, with this magic that was mentioned, solves some problems better or before, or in a more precise way than the classical ones, some problems that are exponential problems. I'm not going to give you details about that. Some problems that exploit with a number of variables. If we are talking about complicated business problems, we talk about the quantum advantages. And if these problems are related to communications, like the decomposition of prime numbers, we talk about the quantum menace. And then I would distribute it in different lines of problems that have an impact on all of us, and impact on banking systems. Cybersecurity have an impact on all of us, Patricia said it before, and all companies are focusing on that. We have to be quantum safe with new algorithms, and this is something classical, post-quantum, and there are many more. There can be quantum communication that is completely safe. So there is a threat and opportunity. And then, talking about advantage in the banking system, we have three main problems. Optimization, first of all, and optimization of the portfolio. Imagine you have that 100 assets, and I have this asset in my portfolio, yes or no, yes or no. You multiply the different possibilities. It is an exponential problem. Optimization of processes, optimization of many more things in the banking sector. And then the quantum machine learning to detect fraud, anomalies in patents, prevention of money laundering, many problems. Also the simulation in banking. We use the Monte Carlo simulation with different millions of variables that can have an impact, and through the simulation you do an average, and you can use a percentile. You're assessing a risk, and in bank, assessing risks is very important. So as a summary, cybersecurity optimization, simulation, and machine learning on the other hand to detect fraud. But you talked about post-quantum safe. It is something that is already there and that organizations are already doing. Yes, all the organizations are working on that. And last year we had some standards with 4 standard algorithm that we are testing right now. And Jorge, I'm told that 2 of the companies that were here, Centroid, Carlos had to leave, and you, COVID team, have just landed from Brussels, and you participated in the most competitive program of the European Union in quantum technologies. So how was the experience? Well, the experience was amazing, and being a startup there can be very complicated, and we've been with people with high profiles, and we brought back a European Excellency label that we will proudly carry, and we hope to give you a lot of happiness. And what does this mean, this Excellency label? Because not everybody knows what is it. Well, it is complicated. Some would say that we are going to be the new unicorn. No, we are just starting. It means knowing that you are on the right path, moving forward, photon by photon. We have to keep our feet on the ground and keep our expectations low. Great power means a great responsibility. We have a great responsibility right now, and we are going to do things in the right way, coherent way, taking always into account the triple measuring impact, economic impact, social impact, and environmental impact. Okay, thank you. Well, I think that a lot of things are being done correctly when 2 companies from Vizcaya go to Brussels and everybody sees them with respect and admiration for the technology that you are developing. What can we expect from Be Kind in the future? Well, if we reach the goals, we'll see that different corporations and different companies from different sectors will develop different challenges, concrete challenges, and also in improvements that are going to be competitive for the companies. This would be one of the immediate goals, and this is why we need this public-private collaboration, so that this Be Kind platform allows us to go faster and also to reduce the unknowns. And in this journey, we need the interaction of startups and many other ideas that are being generating right now, and also in the university and other scopes, and that we enriching from this platform that we have built, and to have a better positioning at international level. When we talk about quantum, we talk about international things, and also to be able to keep on working jointly, so that we can learn from the process, and also to maintain the territory in a competitive position, because we need social cohesion and well-being of people. Okay, well, that was all. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to share this roundtable with all of you, and it was this competitive advantage that you were thinking about, and this is what you are doing with Be Kind, and also to develop initiatives in quantum technology, and with Be Kind you're doing it, and I am really proud and grateful. Thanks for letting us be part of this project and our continued support. Thank you very much.
Bueno,
Muchas gracias.
pues nada, oye, hemos clavado el tiempo.
Hola, hola.
Hello, hello, hello. So today is a day when we're going to be sharing a handful of information, very well structured. We've talked about governance, and we've talked about how Telefónica, hello, can you hear me? So as I was telling you before, we're going to close this cycle on communications and quantum technology. You've seen our quantum-related strategy from a governance perspective with our Center for Excellence, which allows us to define our fundamentals. We at Telefónica, our focus is on communication and how quantum technology should help us evolve communication and include different layers of technology that make us become more competitive. We've seen how important it is to establish the different radical elements that will build a robust ecosystem. We're not alone in the pathway. We need the best possible partners, We've seen how important it is, considering the high degree of investment required. We need to have a clear alignment in terms of public institutions. What we'll see now, in order to wrap up our quantum technology approach, is to what extent, in a very pragmatic way and with a very clear business orientation, we're capable of transferring solutions about our communication, incorporating quantum technology in an absolutely pragmatic way by, putting at the center clear business objectives. As you have seen in the previous slides, there will be plenty of people going in and out. Allow me to introduce my first colleagues who will start the journey. If you want to join me, Leah, Tiago, Manu, thank you. So where do we stand? We're going to be speaking about technology, complex technology. I would like to share with you to what extent quantum technology can be grounded in a complex environment such as IoT. So tell us a little bit more about our approach on quantum. So again, we need to speak, we're speaking about millions of connections between different sectors and industries, exchanging an incredible amount of information. In order to control all these devices for more than 10 years, we took the decision to build our own platform so that we can monitor and act on all these devices, and also in order to create added value layers and additional functionalities. We are connecting more than 64 connection points. We're offering service to more than 15 million clients in B2B. We have industrial robots, drones, remote assistance equipment, industrial mining devices in the oil and gas sector, which exchange easy information, simple information, but also very critical and sensitive information. And this is why security has to be at the center. We have always wished to offer the best possible services to our clients in order to encrypt communications in the back end of the client, private 5G networks, when in fact the needs of our customers combined with low demand and high, or rather low latency requests and high data consumption. A couple of years ago, we started developing an IoT data-ready service, which is a broker and software guide leverage platform service, which allows us to encrypt communication in public clouds or in private backends in a way which is safe and end-to-end. And at the same time, we want to ensure the simplicity of the device. Less than a year ago, we wanted to go one step ahead in the service, and we wanted to add an extra safety layer, leveraging on all the added advantage that quantum computing will be offering us. And we were clear that we wanted to do it in-house thanks to our capabilities and the internal know-how. And on the other hand, we wanted to work with a partner with a high innovation profile which is interested in testing this capability. We are extremely happy that today, less than 1 year after, this has been deployed in bracelets and headsets. It's part of our value proposition, and this reaffirms our commitment towards innovation. Thank you very much. So basically we are ensuring a high scalability scenario, or a K possibility, so allows us to, without undermining latency and other parameters. So post-quantum cryptography, this entails adding an extra safety layer in, anticipation to the appearance of quantum computing. So without entering into too many details, can you tell us a little bit more about our value proposition on quantum computing? Well, with the guide team and with customer, we realize that what we need is a simple solution, a very simple solution. We also want to be transparent with our customers so that their operations are not negatively impacted by this recent development. Our customers have headsets of all sorts, and we just want to add an extra layer which is not allowing or not affecting the cases that do not require this extra safety layer or security layer. Another important thing is that post-quantum algorithms are new, are brand new. Why do we trust in algorithms today? The only answer is that they have been up and running for 30 years. And this is not the case of post-quantum algorithms, which are only available in the last 6 months. So all these algorithms will have different implementations and different and well, what we want is to build a platform which has crypto agility that can be updated, that can help us manage the life cycle of these new cryptography systems. And then there is another point, which is the main reason, the main post-quantum reason. Well, we're waiting or expecting an attack, a built-in crypto attack. So if the expert gets it, storing information for 10 years is rather easy today for cyber criminals. So based on the existing element, the guide platform, which receives the signals from our customers' devices, we apply post-quantum cryptography and we send it to our customers' cloud, where we depict this. And this funnel has been designed with different options. First, we apply hybrid, which today is the main recommendation. Never PQC per se, but always in combination with hybrid. And we want to go one step forward, because the main reason, as I said before, is the Thorn-Autic librator. We have developed a layer, an extra layer that is underneath hybrid PQC, and this uses classical coding systems that have been out in the market for 30 years in order to ensure that such a potential attack becomes much more difficult to execute. And then we want to move towards crypto agility, where we can exchange different ciphers so that this doesn't have an impact on our customers. Thank you very much. This is such a complex topic. Nonetheless, we need to bring it all the way down to production so it becomes a reality. Yes, a reality. So capabilities, scale, the capacity to include extra labels based on post-quantum cryptography, and of course we need to integrate this with a tech partner. Tell us, Manuel, to what extent this solution is relevant for your business. Thank you very much, and thanks for the forum. Allotech comes from what is called the dual technology from the world of industry. Our technology basically allows us to supervise operator safety with zero entry barriers, because we do not need to censor the factory nor spending too much on capex. This is a device. See, this is a device based on IoT technology combined with AI, artificial intelligence, and the idea would be for it to act as an angel supervising any parameters: air quality, temperature, humidity, pressure, etc. So companies, they need to carry out a permanent supervision to anticipate any potential accident. I like comparing our business with Pre-Crime, the film by Tom Cruise, in which they would anticipate crime through a technology such as artificial intelligence. We map up to 40% of the potential accidents in a company. So all in all, we did this leap forward. Now when we insert all the post-quantum, we add the extra layer in these sectors. So we are launching pilots working all around the world. I could speak about special operations in Brazil, national police in Spain. We're launching tests with NATO. All in all, this technology, well, here's a helmet, you can have a bracelet, and what this technology allows is for the narrow band to offer you connectivity, transferring walls, low latency, and this penetrates areas that, well, where you cannot be, and you supervise any unfavorable environment for those implementing their task. So there's a real life supervision mechanism. So the message is that this is not science fiction, this is a reality, and with post-quantum we'll be much safer. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're speaking about connectivity. We're speaking about an environment where scale is important, critical environments, and we need to understand to what extent the incorporation of a layer with this hybrid model is not undermining to our network capabilities where it's necessary, where we have a very high demand in terms of connectivity. David, Jesus, if you want to join. One of the go-to-market proposals also allows us to work in highly demanding environments, both in terms of use and in terms of implementation. David, please go ahead. So thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you very much to all of you for being here in this Quantum Safe panel, second day in the Mobile World Congress Barcelona 2025. It's the second day in the Telefónica stage, and it's the second day where we speak about defense. And this is an important piece of information. Defense, well, I'm not going to dare saying it's a la mode. I'm not saying it's a fashion. And this wouldn't be correct. Defense is just a need, because with no defense, there's no safety. And with no safety, there is no development. So a while ago, I met one of our clients, and they were telling me, wow, Telefónica is bringing a lot of value to defense. So for the last 40 years, we've been, leveraging on peace. When the Cold War ended, we've never felt unsafe at the European level, and now we do again. Unfortunately, this is what we are experiencing in the Ukraine, and this is what we are experiencing in other points in the planet. In these 40 years, in these almost 40 years, we've seen how there has been an important technological breakthrough which has enabled the digitalization of the theater of operations. As many other sectors have digitized, also defense has been digitized, and we live at a times when things are particularly complicated, complex, and we need safety, we need technological safety that leads to information safety, which provides our armed forces and our customers with needed combat superiority. And for that we need digitalization, robotization, the theater of operations. And what has been done up to now? We have deployed tactical 5G bubbles. We've been the first telco at the global level which have led this change in the tactical age. We've brought digital transformation where soldiers are deployed, and it has been made possible thanks to the deployment of tactical 5G bubbles. Now we have deployed sensors, systems, and we have started deploying robots. A couple of weeks ago, I was embarked in a military ship in the Mediterranean, and we implemented a use case, a very specific use case, with an autonomous submarine, which was initially controlled from the carrier, from the war flagship boat. And now we do not have an operator with a robot anymore, but rather hundreds of robots that can be controlled by one or several operators anywhere in the world, or even through AI. So when we're within the tactical bubble, we feel safe. But when we leave the tactical bubble and we need to connect the sensorics and the robotics of the theater of operation with a point in the planet, well, it doesn't have to be remotely operated. Maybe it can be operated by AI, so we need to secure the channel, and here is where Quantum Safe has been extremely successful. I'm gonna hand it over to my colleague David so that he can tell us more about how it's been done. So, yeah, in Telefónica we have been working for quite a long time, ensuring the safety of our customers' networks. We have been doing so for 101 years now, but what is new is that now we need to secure information for a threat which will come in 10 or 15 years' time. And why today? Xiao said it very well before. Because in these sensitive environments, in these defense environments, information is extremely sensitive, and our customers cannot run the risk of allowing for information that is gathered today can be depicted tomorrow or uncoded tomorrow and somehow unveil secrets. State secrets. So in order to overcome this problem, we have incorporated post-quantum algorithms that add this extra safety link. These algorithms, we ensure a triple benefit. On the one hand, we secure communications, we obtain safer communication so that if someone obtains information, not even a quantum computer will be able to depict it in a reasonable period of time. The second benefit is that we have run plenty of tests on how this has an impact on safety, and well, these are the 3 points of a triangle, and one oftentimes is compromised. If you want communications with low latency and high safety, you need high computation. If you want safe communications but you have a little computational capacity, you will have an increase in latency. But by including cryptogenic well, we offer the client the possibility to choose one algorithm or another depending on the safety demands in each scenario, and this allows our clients, our customers, to choose the appropriate or suitable algorithm. It also allows us to introduce improvements in algorithms in the near future, so we are somehow protecting our customers' investments. So, in a nutshell, or in conclusion, quantum computing will changed the paradigm. Telefónica has been protecting communications throughout its history, and we've done the necessary steps to ensure communication is granted for the next 10 to 15 years. Yeah, oh, sure. If I wanted, for example, you to take one message home after all these presentations, this would be the following. The take-home message is Telefónica is quantum safe. So if I were sure that you took this message home, I would not even proceed. But you know, we charge by the hour, and this is why I'm going to keep talking. Again, this is the most important message we wanted to share. This is safety is central in telcos. It's not a characteristic, it's not a feature, it's not an extra service. We cannot aspire to let people use communications and censor the factories if there is a safety problem. Safety has always been central. So as we deploy new standards, as last year with cryptography which is resistant to quantum attacks, well, we are inserting all these elements at a very high speed into all our services, and this is why we have these two initiatives. Quantum networks to ensure that our networks are quantum protected, or quantum attacks protected rather, and we want them to ensure also that our cryptography is resistant to quantum attacks. Out of all the vulnerabilities that have already been raised, digital certificates, digital signature, and now communications encrypting is what concerns us the most. Storing information to depict it in the future. When you ask yourself throughout our life, our personal and professional life, the data footprint we leave behind, what confidential information would you be willing to share in 10 years' time? When you think about it, there is plenty of information that you want to keep confidential beyond, you know, defense information, financial identifier. Or if you have, you know, an hereditary condition, this is confidential information for your descendants also. So this is the typical information that you need to protect. And if you want to protect it, you need to encrypt it today with quantum safe. And for that, we've brought an expert, the expert on the field. He's the director and manager of the BITAS Corporation and the science director. Dr. Ayuso, please tell us more about your vision. Thank you very much for your presentation. I had long hair here. Anyway, for me, robbing girls is far in time, and I'm not going to get into technical details, but I would like to reiterate the ideas that Juan mentioned before. If there's an area, of course, we're interested in our banking safety, but again, say health is the center, right? Health information has to be kept restricted so that no one can have access to our health information. We only want to share it with whoever we are interested in sharing it with. So here are some classical encrypting examples which are becoming a problem because we are under attack. Hospitals are under attack. Every day we receive hundreds of attacks, and some are successful. And they are successful because at the end of the day, this encrypting is about a mathematical problem, and there's always someone who's more clever than us, right? We can always invent new forms of encrypting, and there will always be more clever hackers. Here are some news releases from the UK, Ireland, and Spain. At the clinical hospital, for example, there was a cyber attack. And when you see these, you go like, oh, you know, this will never happen to me. Because maybe their system wasn't as good as ours. We're never going to get attacked until this happens. And we were also attacked, and we were stolen all our data, and we've lost a lot of information. And this will happen to us all the time. So we need to find a way to make all this information safe. It's a priority because it's our information, your information. It's very, very important that we make health data safe. In Madrid, we are lucky because we have, as you can see, right to your right, you can see that we have a quantum communications network with a large number of groups working in this field. In Vitas, we have 22 hospitals. There's one in Turia and another one that will be opening in Barcelona soon. 22 hospitals scattered around the Spanish geography. All hospitals are connected. We also have problems. We're not a large hospital like Valdebron or Gregorio Marañón. We are scattered around many different places, the Canary Islands, etc. We have this quantum communications network, and we saw the possibility to partnering with this initiative through a program called Mat Quantum for the Madrid region, with the participation of different entities, and some of them do it on a use case basis, and this is our case also. We faced many challenges. One had to do with connectivity, how to connect hospitals to this quantum connectivity network. We had the fortune that Telefónica decided to partner with us. Of course, we needed a lot of information to interconnect hospitals, and we even need to do some public work to interconnect all these hospitals. You know, all these hospitals are quite far away one from the other, and they need to be connected through a dark fiber optics, in case you don't know. So from here on, we will be deploying some use cases which might seem simple, but they are not. The first group are asynchronous use cases. So we're going to be transferring data through both hospitals, which are connected through dark. These use cases, these asynchronous use cases, have to do with transferring information, reports, back. Discharge reports, the latency times are not that important here. Yeah, it is important that information gets to the point, and this happened. In fact, the quantum encrypting layer didn't have any problems, so that all these documents could be uploaded. The next use case was a little bit more complicated. We made things a little bit more complicated. We wanted to do a real-time connection, a continuum real-time connection, and in this case we did two use cases. We simulated a video appointment between a doctor and patient. The doctor is a real doctor and the patient was a simulated patient, but still a real patient also. One of our experts, Agustin, he tried to do a procedure as he would do in a real hospital with one of our simulated patients. Next, the following use case was a video consultation between two professionals, increasing the complexity of the process, because these are not two professionals who could see each other's faces. Some scans so that the doctor on the other side of the screen could share their opinion, and they could reach, an opinion, or rather a diagnosis, comments on clinical data from the patient, and reach a diagnosis between professionals scattered in different hospitals. In this case, what matters is the latency times, right? It can affect communication. It's also important that for communication not to collapse, and this never happened. And it's also important to ensure that all the information is robust end-to-end. The quantum encryptation didn't pose any problem to this kind of consultation, so we made things a little bit more complicated with a third use case. We'll see how to transfer the telemetrics of a patient at the ICU, and a doctor, the one you've seen in the previous picture, from a different hospital could monitor all the different patients' parameter from this patient who was admitted at the ICU. In this case, the stability of the connectivity, telemetrics, latency are central. Maybe not as important as in robotics. In robotics, you can allow 50 to 200 microseconds. Otherwise, we could even have problems in terms of operating the patient. But again, latency times are important, and we had exactly the same cases. we could monitor the telemetrics without the encrypting layer to pose any additional challenge. And here we have some use cases, as we can see, with very simple use cases, with very little, with a very small amount of information. The encrypting layer would secure all the data that we were exchanging between hospitals without this interfering in any or by no means in the work that was being implemented. And of course, there are plenty of things to improve. 10, 30 release reports. But what about 30,000? Will the system manage these 30,000 reports? What about in the case of remote consultations? What happens if we are performing 40,000 teleconsultations in parallel? Will the system hold? Well, there is a long way ahead, but there's no doubt this will be a reality within one same hospital. We'll see how we connect things. It's on my background, but as far as I understand, everything will be connected through optical fiber, and satellite communications is a reality that will have to be implemented in all hospitals, and we will have to take into account also private hospitals. Thank you very much.
And now we are going to be a little nerd, and we are going to explain to you what we did with our hospitals. And someone is playing tricks on me. Now it's working. Okay. So all the different support and all the participants, the Polytechnic University in Madrid, 40 euro routers, Fundación Vida Provincia, that lend us the devices with medical sensors, and in a context of the European funding with all the people who participated in the project. So first of all, in the end I will ask you to pass an exam. So quantum computing is challenging the asymmetric cryptography. I use a key to cipher and another one to decipher, and these validate the digital certificate to make sure that you are who you say you are. The digital signature when you sign your tax returns, and then the ciphering of communications. And I will explain to you why this happens. So when you are a customer and you want to access the bank or a hospital to see your report, you introduce a key, but you want the key, the password to be ciphered, and then you negotiate this password, this passkey, and then you use a public or a private passkey. So give me your public passkey, and I cipher it. I invent a random passkey and I give it to him, and then he can decipher it. And the quantum communication has not broken this, but the passkey business did it. All the technological solutions that you will see in Quantum Safe, all of them are based on solving this part. How do I negotiate a passkey? I can change the cryptography that we are using in internet, one that is resistant to quantum technology. There's another standard, or we use the quantum distribution of passkeys. And what is this exactly? And we cipher in a symmetric way, and then the routers know that the problem is the exchange of passkeys. So I need to have a new passkey. I give the problem, I outsource the problem, so to say, and then the QKD teams do that. And what we do is to send a quantum signal through a dark fiber. It is not related to the dark force. And we send a signal that has a very specific property. You cannot intercept it. Why not? Because when you see it, you destroy it. And the other side will be aware of it. It is not a mathematical algorithm, it's a physical principle of the sign that we are sending. If you see it, you destroy it. And this would be the definite safety, because it's based on physical principles. I will have a more powerful computer, I will break cryptography. No, you will not be able to do it. You destroy it when you see it. And then the other party will be aware of it. So it is a midterm project. It's a very new technology, but it is the definite safety and security. So we have these two hospitals. We closed a quantum ring around with a patch of dark fiber, and this is a quantum link between these two hospitals, and then between these different stretches is secure with this project. And then the router asks for the key, for the pass key. I want to talk, so to say, to the other hospital. I have to go through these different stretches. These are three different paths. So it is a ring of quantum distribution that is unbreakable. And this is what we've been able to achieve thanks to this initiative, a multidisciplinary team. And I am going to underline this. And it is ciphered in a safe way. And I have to make sure that it will not be impacted because you are doing these nerd things. So these type of tests are essential. It is a safe way that does not have an impact on the performance. Well, just to remind you that any questions? Yes, hello. Well, thank you very much for the presentation and for sharing this with us. I am Vanessa Díez, the Lux Quanta. And just to detail, the technology of Lux Quanta does not need dark fiber. We can coexist with the data and we can do the integration of the systems in an easier way. And I wanted to thank Telefónica and Díez for this project. It is unique all over the world and people are not aware of it. And we would love to see you in our booth because we have the second generation of our technology. It is the best in the world. Thank you very much. The best way to put it. And well, congratulations for having allowed us to do that. I am Juan Pedro in the UBM, and we helped in this initiative and the connection of this quantum experiment. And we had in the booth, and we have replicated this experiment that we did together with Telefónica, with Díez and Lux Quanta, and I invite you to do it, two of these cases that we have just mentioned. Any other questions? Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon for some of the people in the room. Welcome to the Telefónica Agora and to this presentation and the discussions about driving the development of the European Cloud Edge Continuum. My name is Lucía Vilchez. I'm head of governance and technical performance at Telefónica. And I'm here with three wonderful speakers. That is just with me. First one, Lara Grohe, that is the project managing APCI and Aura project. Thank you, Lara. From DT, I'm so sorry. Roberto Procopio, that is the head of technology innovation in Telefónica Italy, in team. Thank you, Roberto. And then Cristina Santana, that is the head of the edge computing at Telefónica. Thank you, Cristina.
Thank you.
So let's start. What is the Edge Cloud Continuum? Maybe you heard about the Stargate project. That is a U.S. investment of $500 billion in AI infrastructure. Or also, you may heard about the Invest AI. That is an investment of 200 billion of euros in infrastructure also for AI. That is the European government, the European Union is just launching a couple of weeks ago. But are we prepared, and Europe is prepared for the demand of the AI? That is a demand that brings low latency data processing near to the clients or near to the data sources, and also for sure with securitization. This is when the Edge Cloud Continuum came into the play. So the Edge Cloud Continuum is a seamless integration between the cloud and the edge technologies and the edge computing. In order to what? In order to have both worlds, in order just to integrate the scalability and all the central processing that cloud can provide, and on the other hand, the low latencies and the data processes near to the user that the edge can provide. Instead of having a rigid separation between cloud and edge, the continuum is just bringing this integration, this bridge between these together. Since December 2023, the European Union just started an IPCI, an important project for the common European interest. This IPCI is just aiming to have an European Edge Cloud Continuum. That is an interoperable, multi-provider or multi-vendor platforms and applications that can bring together these two worlds, the cloud and the edge. This continuum is going to be based on European standards, international standards, and also open source technologies. So in order to be more in details about this, I'm going to just pass with Lara.
Thank you so much. So to give you an overview about what is or who is actually part of the IPSITE-SYS family, we have prepared this slide for you. So the IPSITE-SYS community consists of 120 companies out of 12 European member states. So quite a lot. Of course, also hard to manage, but of course, a lot of knowledge and a lot of value we bring together. These 120 companies are spending overall more than 7.8 billion euros on edge and cloud infrastructure in Europe. There you see some logos, some companies, some flags or nations where they're coming from, just to mention a few besides those who are sitting on the stage. To support the telco front, we also have Orange on board, or TNO from the Netherlands, but we also have non-telco partners which are bringing value for the IPSITE-SYS or for the Cloud Edge Continuum. We have, for example, SAP, who is strongly supporting on architecture. We also have industries with us to really represent the customer needs. So for example, we have Siemens with us, who are bringing the edge closer to the machines and to the factory. We have Bosch with us, who are bringing the edge to autonomous driving, autonomous parking, different kind of solutions for autonomous logistics. So we are really focusing directly together with industry partners on the requirements for a kind of edge cloud continuum. And how we are structured, how we manage to work together. 120 companies, everyone of course has their own business interest, their own value. And we are working together in these 4 work streams. We are structured along this, so every company is part of, you can be part of multiple work streams, but every work stream has their own goal. Work stream 1, when we start from the beginning, is really structured in the way how a cloud stack is built. Work stream 1 is focusing on the infrastructure. There we are setting up the cloud or the edge nodes, even if it's a near edge or a far edge. So depending on how close it is to the customer, to the device. On work stream 2, we are adding value to the infrastructure set up in work stream 1. There we are bringing on top the federation and the orchestration, so the kind of workload management. But not only in your own network, it's also how we manage the workloads across your own network, because we are bringing the value as the telcos because we federate our networks, we combine it, and we want to make the cloud available across an operator, across a nation. And then we have the work stream 3, where on top of the workload management and the cloud edge capabilities in work stream 2, we're adding value over services, AI solutions to manage the workload, to get control, to modify it, but also to scale it, just to be able to have like a platform how your workloads are being processed. And on work stream 4 is already what I even said, it's the collaboration with the industries. It's the reason why and how and for what we are doing. This is where we are collecting the requirements from the industries, what they need or they want for edge latency cases. So here we have 8 sections where we have industry partners representing this area to really understand where do they have the need for edge cases and what kind of requirements have them, and we are developing those solutions together. And as you already heard about, IPsite-SYS, maybe you also heard about Aura. This is the 8, symbolizing the infinity sign. Complicated names, just to say none of these were our idea. We just need to work with these names. And I wanted to give you a bit of an explanation. What are these names? What do they stand for? Just don't to confuse you. This is our goal. So IPsite-SYS, as we already heard, is just the funding initiative, just the umbrella where we received the money for and we are working together. But of course, our ideas, thoughts and goals don't stop in the moment the funding ends. And this is why Aura was founded as a trademark, because there we are going to continue our projects, and we are also welcoming other partners and projects to our thoughts, to follow our goals of the interoperability of the cloud continuum with further use cases, further initiatives, focusing on the same goals. And this is why the Aura trademark was founded. And on top you also see the QR code there. You will be directly linked to our website, so please check it out. And just to tease a little bit, there are upcoming IPSIs. This year the European Union will probably release 2 more IPSIs, so new funding initiatives, one on edge cloud infrastructure and one on AI, where you can be notified for a new project working on innovative ideas for edge cloud infrastructure or AI. And just to give that, and to give you a bit more insights on what are Aura and the edge cloud characteristics, I want to hand over now to Roberto. Thank you.
Thank you. Lara mentioned this concept of multi-provider cloud edge continuum. Now let me spend a few words on this concept of continuum. The continuum is basically based on 2 main concepts. The first one is the possibility to ensure an homogeneous environment, not only from a technological point of view, but also from an operational point of view. So we don't want to have only technologies that can be used at the same way, but also we want to have technologies that can imply similar process across all the continuum. And this continuum need to be integrated with the telco networks. This is the first concept. The second concept is the concept of multi-provider. This means that we want to extend the continuum across different providers. This requires a new model of interoperability, a new model of openness, which can allow service provider to be federated among them. Federation is a concept which is not only technical concept, it's also commercial concept. It will require that among service providers there will be agreement, as a commercial agreement. This will allow in the future to have mobility, for instance, of workload, of application, enabling in this way new type of services. Obviously, this mobility of application and workloads happens in an environment which is fully integrated with telco networks. But which are the challenges that we have to face with and the solutions that we identified? The first challenge, as I said before, is ensuring this homogeneous environment. In order to ensure this homogeneous environment, a way we decided is to work together inside open source body in order to have a common cloud stack which can be used at the same way for telco application and non-telco application. The advantages in this approach are pretty clear. For telco, also for non-telco application, because customers can use exactly the same complexity to deploy application on every level, on every layer of the cloud hierarchy that we saw in slide 1. The second challenge we are trying to address is the interoperability, which needs to be considered in the most extensive meaning of the word. So we are trying about interoperability between cloud technologies that we are trying to achieve via multi-cloud solutions, and interoperability, as I said before, between different administrative domain or service provider, which is achieved with federation. The advantage is extending the reach of the commercial offers. So give me an example. I'll give you an example. For instance, if a customer wants to deploy a service in a cross-country scenarios, he can decide to have a commercial relationship with just one operator, and thanks to the federation agreements, the workload can be deployed across all the countries that are federated with a specific operator. The third challenge is coming from numbers. We are now dealing with few edge nodes, but we expect to have to deal with few hundreds of edge nodes. This cannot be done with the means we have today. We need to improve the automatic model we have. We need to use artificial intelligence in order to use this automatic model. And this is not an advantage only for service providers, because service providers can manage in a simplest way their network, but it's an advantage also for customers because they can benefit of lower time to market. The last challenge is related to the fact that use case at the moment are not designed to exploit edge capabilities. So in this project, what we are doing is designing use cases together with the cloud capabilities in order to allow that use case can exploit as much as possible the advantages coming, from instance, from multi-cloud, from federation. As I said, interoperability for us is a relevant point. For this reason, 14 companies in 5 European countries decided to join their efforts in order to assess the interoperability of the solutions that are going to be developed in these projects. The project is named Labora, is the lab of Ora project, and the main reason to work in this project is exactly assessing interoperability, exactly when the code, when the solutions are developed. the 14 companies decided to simply federate the testing facilities, and another purpose of this environment is attracting other companies, other institutions that not necessarily need to be part of IPCI, but that are willing, that they will want to test and to assess their technology. And with this, I leave the floor to Cristina. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. So, well, after all these details about what is this continuum, we would like to provide you some use cases to try to explain what is the impact of these new capabilities in the industry in the current edge use cases. So, as you can see here, we could have the smart city use cases, AI, e-health. I mean, all of them are well-known edge use cases right now, but how they are going to be impact with this continuum. The idea, as Roberto mentioned it before, is that, for example, imagine a developer that want to deploy their application around all Europe. What happened now? That they have to go to Telefónica and said, please, I need to deploy my application with this requirement, compute requirement, network requirement in your footprint. But what happens if the same developer wants to deploy the same application in Germany footprint? They have to go to DT, do a commercial agreement, learn how to deploy in DT platform, and then allocate the application. And exactly the same with team. The idea of this continuum and this federation is that from a unique point of entry, the developer is going to have a commercial agreement only with DT, team, or Telefónica, and be able to deploy the application around all Europe. So, using a unique platform, right, that we are defining these APIs from a common APIs in camera and all this. I mean, we are not reinventing the wheel. We are trying that the developer use the applications. Oh, I don't know what happened. Sorry. Yeah. Something happened. Well, meanwhile, I can explain. So, here, I have it. So, the idea is that the developer can deploy the application only with one point of entry, only once time. I mean, they have to define the compute requirement, the network requirements, and said, hey, deploy, and it's going to be deployed in Telefónica footprint, DT footprint, team footprint, and of course, all the cloud providers that are working with us under the umbrella of the IPCC's project, right? And this is one example of how can impact this in the current use cases. And there is another example that is manage the mobility. Imagine in smart cities, an autonomous car or a drone or some devices that is moving, and it could be moving inside, for example, Telefónica footprint. I mean, from the south of the Spain to the north of Spain, and it is needed to manage the mobility of the load at the same time that the device is moving, and be able to connect the device to the most optimal edge site. So as we as a telco have all the information of the telco network, we can be able to provide these add-valued services to our customer. And it's exactly the same if the device cross the border. I mean, if we go in the roaming of the edge to Germany or to Italy, what happened there, right? What happened if a customer from Telefónica is moving to DT network or to team network? So it is needed to provide exactly the same level of service to the customer. And here is also the continuum. We are going to interconnect our networks, and we are going to be able to provide the management of this mobility between our footprints. So I hope that after this example is a little bit more clear, and then, that, as you can see before, we have a beautiful video that can explain a little bit more. Okay, here is the QR of Aura, big one. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, this is all for us. But now that you are expert in Cloud Continuum and Aura concept and IPCI initiative, if you have any question or comment for us, more than happy to receive it.
Maybe we can, Christina, maybe you can also go back to the slide before, because someone still wanted to know the Aura code, because I saw some phones going up to scan the Aura code, and then we were too fast. So maybe you just Google aura.com, then you don't need to scan the QR code.
No questions?
No?
Okay, so you are really an expert. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Cayetano Carbajo. I'm responsible for core transport and ecosystem in the Technical Corporate Union of Telefónica, what we call Global CTIO, and it is my pleasure to be here today with Claire Chauvin. Claire?
Yes, thank you, Cayetano. I'm Claire Chauvin. I work for Orange. Very happy to be with you today. I'm in charge of strategy, architecture, and standardization at Orange.
Good. So we want to talk to you about network for AI. What do we mean by that? So we are using AI for many things in the network. So we have AI Ops, that is how to make more efficient our network by the use of AI. And we can do, for instance, the natural interaction of the natural language interaction with the management system, or we can do automatic root cause analysis, and many interesting things that we are already implementing. And we are using AI for that, like AI is used in other network layers. But we will talk about a different angle of AI. That is how we need to implement or to evolve our network to provide better service of AI to our customers. As you can see, we have many applications of AI. We can have application in the residential area. For instance, we can have augmented reality for doing a virtual guide in a museum, or we can do gaming with low latency, AI power, and we can have a much better experience. For enterprise, there are many other cases. We put here some examples. For instance, you can have computer vision for interpreting better radiology, or we can have the analysis of images as well for doing fire detection, or you can empower smart cities and smart traffic to help in the smart city business. We do preventive maintenance, not only in our network, but also our customer can do preventive maintenance with AI. So as you can see, there are many use cases, and the whole Congress is talking about these use cases, but we have some doubts. Is our network already prepared for supporting these use cases? Do we need any additional functionality in our network for doing that? How these use cases will increase or will modify our traffic pattern? Is the uplink growing as we expect or not? So we have to be prepared, and we want to be prepared for delivering these cases. There's not certitude. I mean, we don't know if all these use cases or which of these use cases will be successful. We don't know which are the implementation that we need for the network to be ready for AI. There are things that we still don't know, okay? And there's as well doubt about how we can monetize operators these AI services. I mean, the track record we have with 5G monetization is not the best that we have ever had. So we have to be careful, and we have to understand if we will be able to monetize that. But in general, I am optimistic because we think that telco will play a key role for providing AI services. It is not only connectivity, for sure. We will need to do things in connectivity for providing the best possible AI service, but also we have in the center of an ecosystem, like several other times in the recent history, telco, we are in the center of a very rich ecosystem that will be producing a lot of new things and benefit to the society. We are near, for sure, the end customer, so we can provide privacy and security to the end customer. We are near of the device manufacturer, and we can develop new services together with them to provide that. We can be even a one-stop for B2B customer for LLMs. So in general, we have a relevant role to play. And I think that this lack of certitude that I mentioned before, we can work to be relevant in this ecosystem. But it's not only that we need to work in the future. From network point of view, we are already doing things that are getting prepared our network for the future. I mentioned here 3 things. So slicing, edge, and open gateway that will help us in providing AI services. Slicing, well, slicing is providing a logical portion of the network for a specific service or for a specific customer. With this, we will be able to provide, for instance, low latency slice to a service, to an AI service. If we have an inference service that need low latency, we can do that with slicing together with Edge. If we have a service that needs a significant throughput with a certainty that this throughput will be able to be provided, we can do prioritization with slicing. Slicing is not only something that we will do in the future. We are doing this today in every telco, but specifically in Telefónica, we have implemented already slicing, and we are doing B2B services with slicing. We are generating already revenue with slicing. We have several applications with that. The second attribute is Edge. We are implementing already edge computing. We are bringing the application closer to the customer. And this will be important as well for AI. If you bring this application, the inference application, closer to the customer, you can guarantee lower latency, and this will be very relevant, maybe for not all the use cases, but certainly for some of the use cases we will have. We are implementing Edge, not only bringing the compute closer to the customer, but also orchestrating, and we will be able to detect what are the needs of the application and implement the application in the right edge location. We will be able to federate and to coordinate with other edge for implementing the application in the right edge location. So this is something that we are working already today. In fact, we are deploying an edge computing orchestrated network in Spain that will be one of the first in the world. And we will be able to attend the AI use cases. And finally, Open Gateway. With Open Gateway, you know that we are exposing network capabilities with service APIs, and we will be able to deliver this capability. There will be AI application that maybe will make use of network capabilities. And with Open Gateway, we will implement that. I'm not meaning that the portfolio of APIs that we have defined today are defined for making use of, be used by artificial intelligence. But I'm sure that many of the ones that we have already available will be used by artificial intelligence application. And not only that, we have already the factory of APIs. If we need any other functionality, we will be exposing this easily, I would say. Claire.
Thank you, Cayetano. Yes, I think one of the key questions that we have now, assuming all these use cases that you have described and all the technology evolution that we can foresee, is how do we have to prepare our networks in order to be ready for all these services? What we see, at least, is that over the last 12 months, the use of AI services, AI-driven platforms, have been drastically increasing in a way that maybe we did not expect at all. Even if last year everybody was talking about AI, I don't think we suspected that this year we would have so many applications available, for instance, here at the Mobile World Congress. So it has reached a very important level. And we can foresee that the evolution will continue evolving as fast as we know. We can see further evolution of the model that we need to be prepared to. So, for instance, we know that we will probably shift to multimodal services. We're using lots of text today in the Gen AI services. Tomorrow we will have voice, we will have video. So this will increase probably the level of and the number of data that we will have to handle. We also know that we today have very large language models, but that lots of small language models are developing here and there. They will probably proliferate at different steps and different places in our networks, in the device, at the edge potentially, in the cloud, maybe somewhere else, I have no idea. But so far we have already different places into which we will have to be able to host those models, which we will need some space for processing, not only in the cloud as we do today. We also foresee that agentic AI will rise quite rapidly. At least this is one of the bases of the future evolution, which means that AI agents will be distributed, will need to collaborate together in order to provide one service, one result. It means that they will be autonomous but also distributed and will need probably to be orchestrated and related to each other. So all this future evolution perspective means that we can expect additional challenges onto our networks. Probably maybe an evolution of the data traffic. One of the key parts might be to have much more uplink traffic. This is what we foresee with glasses, for instance. If you watch out everything around you all day long, you could have much more uplink traffic to be handled, both on the mobile, fixed, home environment. So at different stages we have to monitor this. We could expect also more demand for low latency connectivity because we might have very specific need for services, as you explained with the slices, for instance. As we said, processing could take place in the device, at the edge, in the cloud, so we have to be prepared for this. It might change the shape of the traffic in our networks. For sure, we have to care for data privacy, the security, the integrity of the data that we will handle for our customers, which might also require additional features. And we might need to route different things. So many challenges that we could have in front of us with quite difficult, predictable evolution. So we need to make sure that we will be ready. And we need also to ensure, I think we agree on this, that we'll be at the right position in the value chain and that we can capture some of the value of this new business. If you can move, thank you. So one of the ideas that we have is that before starting making forecasts, we should at first observe how the traffic is evolving. What does it represent today, the AI traffic on our networks, and how can we then forecast how it will evolve? So I'm not maybe detail all the things that you have here on this slide, but just for you to know, if not already the case, that actually it is not easy to monitor the AI-specific traffic in our networks. It's not something that is tagged, right? So we have to find different criteria to observe what's going on exactly in our networks. Of course, there is the traffic that we can see or try and analyze from the applications that our users are using, because we know that they are typically AI-driven or using Gen AI agents, that kind of thing we can monitor. But there is also a lot of traffic going on in the back end, you know, that we do not obviously see. For us, this is just sort of internet traffic. But it represents potentially an important traffic volumes to put the connectivity between the large language models that are in the cloud and the front end from the application providers. So lots of challenges here. One of the proposals that we've been thinking about is to start with the application. What we've been working on is, okay, let's try to see which are the main applications that our users use frequently, the ones that are really AI-driven, as I said, using lots of AI, Gen AI. Then let's look at the one that they use the most in terms of volume every day, 1 hour, 2 hour. I'm not going to name them, but I'm sure you all have in mind the big Gen AI applications that people are using, 1 hour, 2 hours a day. Big volumes or potential lots of video usages. These are the area on which we would like to focus first. So this will help us define some of the criteria that we can commonly share, and this should help us to monitor, at least start monitoring the traffic. Of course, it will evolve in time. As I said, this technology is evolving very, very fast. So the list of applications will evolve. Maybe some other criteria will emerge in time. But we would like to have these metrics to monitor and try to have a visibility on the total volume that it represents and how we can handle this.
Just to complement, what we are proposing is having this observatory, not only Orange and Telefónica, but open to any other operator. For sure, we have to fulfill all the competition regulation. We cannot share things that are against competition law, and for sure, we have to fulfill all the privacy concerns that this may arise. But there are many statistics that without, with fulfilling this requirement, will be useful to see the evolution of the AI application. So this is an initiative that we are proposing to the industry, and let's see if we can measure AI.
Yeah, I think we can say that GSMA could help us in general on this topic. They would agree to do so. Because, of course, what would be useful for telco operators is to have the more data and the most important volumes of data around the world, to have a good understanding of what's going on. But, of course, as you said, I'm not going to give you Orange data, and you're not going to give me Telefónica data for sure. So we need someone in the middle to help us anonymize all this, make the right statistics, and give us a good tool as operators to be able to monitor all this.
It will be not only to be prepared for the AI in the network, but also we need to have a responsibility in the data usage. You know that we are working to have everything efficient and sustainable. I think AI players should be part of this responsibility as well. Having an observatory of this traffic AI will help us that everybody will be sustainable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what we can add maybe is that we still have lots of questions, right, on the way, we mentioned it, the way the traffic will evolve. It's not just about maybe, as some could pretend, that it will drastically increase in terms of volume. We think also that the shape, the type of traffic will change, right? I mentioned earlier that the uplink traffic might increase. This is something we have to be prepared to, even if the overall capacity will not maybe evolve so drastically. One of the things that we have in mind is also that if we consider, at least from the mass market perspective, I think a human being has a human intelligence, and if we increase on Gen AI applications, probably it will decrease on something else, right? You cannot watch a video, watch a movie, use your glasses. You cannot do it everything at the same time. So at some point in time, the traffic will probably not evolve that much, but it will change a lot, and this is what we need to monitor altogether.
Absolutely. So to conclude, we think that telco will play a key role in AI delivery. I think we can do many things for having better AI services. We have some uncertainty. Maybe you can describe this clearly, but we don't know not only which application will be successful, but also how to monetize this application. And Claire talked about the need of having this traffic AI visibility for planning what we need to do in the network, and we are proposing this traffic observatory. Claire, any other conclusion?
No, I think we need to have our own metrics, our own data. I think we all see things moving very fast. Let's have very reliable information to start with. In order to do the right evolution, the right investment as well. We don't want to overinvest. We don't want to underinvest. We also want to be sustainable, responsible. So we have to make sure that we comply with what the market is demanding.
Absolutely. So now we are ready to take any question you may have. Thank you for your attention. Any question?
It was so clear.
So clear. Or we are so clear, or they are very shy. Okay, no question then. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ante un Ante una emergencia se trata de ganar tiempo. Porque cada segundo
Como queráis, será, da igual. Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, one and all. We're extremely happy to be here at the MWC 2025. My name is Alex Alonso, and I'm an expert in innovation and network deployment in Telefónica. My colleagues Sarah, David, Alex, and myself are here with three clear aims. Aim number one. Apologies because the slides are not rolling down. Again, we have three main targets. Aim number one, we would like you to understand our innovation funnel in Telefónica. And we want to share with you how we have innovated with 112 Extremadura. Objective number two, we want to share with you that we have commercial slicing services which are the result of our innovation. You can purchase them to Telefónica as of today. Objective number three, network slicing is in a permanent evolution pathway, and Telefónica is still innovating in our slicing technology. We would like to open a window to the slicing future. So again, we would like to give you a big picture about innovation in Telefónica and how we have innovated around slicing technology in Extremadura. Our innovation methodology is based on three steps, as you can see here in the slide. Step number one, the innovation team is in permanent touch with our customers with the aim of spotting opportunities, innovation opportunities, joined in innovation opportunities. So we look for innovative clients, customers. Step number two, the Telefónica innovation team is in a permanent search of new technologies that can be tested realistically. And of course, we want such technologies to be aligned with the strategy and the value proposition of the company. Step number two includes an innovative offer. So again, innovative demand from the customer side, and point number two, an innovative value proposition. If we combine point number one and point number two, we reach point number three. Point number three, objective number three, has to do with real proofs of concept in real networks with real customers. This should allow us to develop our customers' business, Telefónica's business, Telefónica's network, and we want to position Telefónica and our customers as the vanguard of innovation. We have one customer in Extremadura, the emergency service. The emergency service is very clear about its innovation around network slicing. The innovation team is ready to innovate in partnership with 112 Extremadura around this network slicing technology, and we've launched a real-life emergency communication pilot based on the network slicing methodology. You might be asking yourself, okay, now I understand how you innovate in Telefónica and how you have innovated with the 112 in Extremadura, but I have no clue about network slicing. Well, network slicing is a technology which is becoming more and more trendy, but maybe you are not acquainted with it. It's about taking our commercial 5G network and slicing it in different portions and devote each portion to different segments. It's like a highway with different lanes, and each lane is devoted to one service. In this case, we have one lane devoted to emergencies. In Telefónica, we are the unquestionable national leader when it comes to network slicing, and we have arguments to defend this. These are the following. We are the first operator in Spain that has launched network slicing-based services on October the 30th, 2024. As of today, we have a portfolio of 5 services which are in our commercial portfolio. They can be purchased. They are already out in the market. These 5 services can be enjoyed in all our 5G footprint, which represents 92% of coverage in Spain in terms of population. And not only this, but also in Telefónica we are leaders in deployment of 3.5 GHz. We have a wide number of nodes in mid-band with 3.5 gigabytes. And not only this, but also all our national 5G network, and thus network slicing technology is fed 100% on renewable, so it's 100% green. In Telefónica, not only we're leaders in network slicing at the national level, but also at the European level, because thanks to our partnership with 112 Extremadura, well, this is a unique partnership in Europe. So basically the project has been about enabling the network slicing technology with our national network. 10% of the resources are devoted to emergencies, and on this reserve of resources we have virtualized a push-to-talk device that is accessible through ultra-resistant devices, ultra-resistant smartphones, and this has allowed us to come up with a critical communication solution leverage on network slicing. And you might be thinking, okay, I want to know more about the pilot. I want to know more about the detail of the project. And for that, I believe that the most suited person is Serafín Doblado, who is the technology lead of the 112 Extremadura.
Ante una emergencia se trata de ganar tiempo, porque cada segundo cuenta.
Telefónica y 112 Extremadura unen sus fuerzas para revolucionar las comunicaciones de emergencia, transformando la manera en que los equipos de rescate coordinan sus esfuerzos, gracias a la tecnología Network Slicing sobre la red 5G.
La tecnología Network Slicing lo que nos permite es dedicar una porción de la red 5G exclusivamente a los servicios de emergencias. Esto asegura una conectividad inmediata y prioritaria, que se traduce en unas comunicaciones fiables, incluso si hay algún momento de congestión en la red.
En Extremadura no tenemos una red que vertebre a los servicios de emergencia. Por lo tanto, ese problema derivó en una necesidad, y esa necesidad derivó en una oportunidad. Esa oportunidad se centraba en la tecnología 5G Slice. La tecnología 5G Slice no es más que dar prioridad a las emergencias. Y había que tener una aplicación fácil, sencilla, amigable y que cumple evidentemente con todos los estándares de seguridad. Tenemos fonía y como novedad transmisión de datos y transmisión de vídeo. Y con esa sola aplicación soy capaz de tener todos los servicios importantes en las emergencias.
La tecnología Network Slicing de Telefónica abre un canal de conectividad prioritario hacia el aplicativo de misión crítica desplegado en la nube de Telefónica, donde se centraliza toda la inteligencia de comunicaciones del 112 de Extremadura. Gracias a esta combinación de tecnologías, los equipos de emergencia se mantienen permanentemente conectados, recibiendo y compartiendo información en tiempo real para una respuesta más rápida y eficiente. Además, los equipos de rescate cuentan con terminales 5G rugerizados, dispositivos diseñados para funcionar en las condiciones más extremas.
La combinación de smartphones ultrarresistentes, software avanzado y conectividad 5G priorizada permite un acceso fiable, rápido e intuitivo a todas las funcionalidades, incluso en situaciones de alto estrés. Todo ello con el objetivo de que los equipos de emergencia puedan estar coordinados y conectados en todo momento. Además, esta solución es compatible con otros productos de comunicaciones de emergencia tradicionales, acelerando la transición hacia el futuro de las operaciones tácticas.
Esta nueva solución tecnológica nos permite ir por delante en la toma de decisiones, ya que ahora disponemos de mucha más información y podemos actuar de manera más rápida durante las emergencias.
Telefónica y 112 Extremadura demuestran cómo la innovación tecnológica genera un impacto directo y significativo en la protección y el bienestar de los ciudadanos.
En este piloto de tecnología innovadora, Telefónica y el 112 de Extremadura van a marcar las bases del futuro de los servicios de emergencia. Extremadura se puede convertir en un verdadero referente tecnológico que cambien y revolucionen el concepto que tenemos de la gestión de los servicios de emergencias.
El uso del network slicing para comunicaciones de emergencias es un ejemplo más de cómo la tecnología y la innovación de Telefónica se ponen al servicio de las personas, haciendo de nuestro mundo un lugar más seguro.
Ahora te lo cojo. Buenas tardes, un aplauso.
So, thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to the Telefónica unit who made this clip possible in Extremadura, because the outcome is just amazing. Now, I'm there, my mom says I look handsome. My name is Serafin and I'm the technology manager at the 112 service in Extremadura, and I am here to talk about innovation in Extremadura. We are good at innovation in Extremadura for quite a long time. Let me give you a little bit of background information, because of course we're at the Mobile World Conference, which is the World Congress in terms of technology patterns, right? The future of technology. I will tell you a little bit more about my take on the future in a little while. But of course, having Extremadura's presence here at the Mobile, well, I would like to first of all thank Telefónica for allowing us to be here at the Mobile. Now, here we're going to be speaking about technology, but let me give you a little bit more of background information. What is the point of technology in our domain, in emergencies, in saving lives, or in mitigating the damage, the potential damage provoked by catastrophes like the recent ones in Valencia? Extremadura has been a very innovative region for many years now. We've been innovative in our emergencies model, in the operation of the coordination room. 112, in fact, is a result of a catastrophe, a flood in Badajoz with a lot of casualties, 25. We learned the lesson from this terrible catastrophe. It was the origin of a coordination room. Again, the coordination room with the presence of all the coordination entities present in the very same room, And when I say all of them, I mean all of them: the National Police, Guard, the local police, the fire fighting department, the Red Cross, the health sector, and the operators who pick up the calls. And all this in the same room. It's the only center at the national level with a room conceived from this perspective. So again, we are the result of a problem and we are the solution. We were extremely innovative, and even today the regions, if the regions want to reach the model, the only one that has really fulfilled the process is Extremadura. So, having said that, I think I've given you the big picture, and now I would like to share with you more information about the problem. What is the origin of the problem, and why did we come up with the idea of trying to respond to a need? Why did we step forward? Well, extraordinary emergencies, right? Well, we need interoperability. All the actors, all the different stakeholders need to be able to communicate online. And this is what I realized. I've been working in emergencies for 11 years, and I realized that when there is a severe emergency with different operators, there are different radio lines, firefighters, health actors, etc. But there was a clear lack of single network for emergencies management in Extremadura. In other regions, as you might know, they have DMR-based technology or Tetra-based technology, or the law enforcement, they have Tetra bonus, but in Extremadura there was no such thing as a vertebrating network, and this was the problem. We had a major problem, and this was the problem, right? We would get to the emergency room, to the situation room, everything would work more or less smoothly, but we had to use several devices. Look at your radio, here's your radio, give me mine. You know, it was a give and take, and from an operations perspective, it's not, let's say, the most efficient way to operate. It's a major problem. So again, we had been thinking about different options, private solutions, setting up a Tether or a DMR. This was one option, yet we saw the network slicing solution, and then it was like a eureka moment. If technology says, so if technology does what it says, we thought, then we have a potential solution and we can vertebrate an emergency network. Let's go for a pilot. Let's go for a pilot. Let's be bold. Let's be innovative. Let's see what happens next. And the pilot, well, we implemented it. We tried to look for the available funding. The ministry had set up a research grant for 5G related projects, and we were the region who dared going for a full pilot. And when I mean a full pilot, when I say a full pilot, I mean this, right? So we had a problem, yet we wanted a solution. What is the solution? The solution is the following. We wanted to understand the 5G in the core with its frequencies, urban areas and rural areas. That means we also wanted to assess the tactical bubble to see how it behaves. And when I say how it behaves, what I mean by that is I'll go somewhere where I have coverage problems, will get rid of the tactical bubble in 5G, and I will, let's say, channel it through a fiber or through a satellite, and let's see what happens. Let's see how it behaves in such circumstances. So we wanted to understand the core. We wanted to understand how a tactical bubble operates. And we had one missing layer, or one missing leg. It had to be simple, it had to be intuitive, and it had to be operable. We all have smartphones, all of us, yet we need to cover our data transmission and phonics, because of course the push and talk in radios, well, this has to be covered, right? And beyond the push and talk, we need to be able to share high resolution video and data in streaming in real time, because if I can extract all this data, bring it, transform it, transport it through slicing and send it to the 112, I will have real-time data, I will have voice, and thus I will be capable of taking relevant decisions, appropriate decisions. And we all operate with the same terminal. There's some interesting thing here, which is that all of this is a service provided by the operator. And this is the magic of network slicing. This has been possible only thanks to the partnership with Telefónica, and the magic is that I didn't have to set up my own infrastructure, but rather, well, you know, I'm the emergencies guy, so I want a device, I want a service, and I want a warranty, I want the reassurance that I will have service when there is an emergency, no matter what. And I want to make sure that I am prioritized, because emergencies are priorities, aren't they? So this pilot was precisely what we wanted to check, the critical emissions services. Through this easy to operate APP, which of course has to comply with all the security standards, because we are speaking about critical circumstances such as emergencies. But again, with these 3 pilots, we could cover all the needs, all our needs, and we could, respond to a problem. So what about the future? We want to get here. We want to test through these pilots that we are capable of granting service in an emergency, both in the ordinary and in the extraordinary. We want to make sure that we can interoperate in an emergency and that we are capable of conveying data with one single terminal. We want to be able to coordinate different relevant stakeholders, the first respondents, first responders. And again, we want to do it through the 5G sliced service. We want to test this in these stressful circumstances. Allow me to dream big. Allow me to try and innovate. Allow me to awaken our inner children. Let me conclude with a tale. When I was sharing this with Alex and Enrique, when I was back in the 90s, 14 or 15 years old, I was a VT trainee, and I dreamt about speaking with aliens. I wanted to make sure that technology was worth something, and little by little I realized that technology was worth it, right? So this teenager studying electronics and who wanted to unveil the mystery of science and radio transmitters became an engineer. Today I work at the 112, and my work is to make sure that everything is up and running so that we can save lives in emergencies. And now I would like to conclude with a quote which I believe to be beautiful, which says, "A children who dreams will become an adult who innovates." So 112 Extremadura, Telefónica, let's see what happens. Gamma Solutions is also here. They are giving us a great deal of support from the technical side. So you'll be hearing from us this year, and we'll see how innovation evolves, how this dream of a boy who studied electronics evolves, right? Today I'm here sharing other means, other ways of doing things to support people. Thank you.
Os quedo con David Martín, él es de producto de...
And now we welcome David Martín from Innovation. A very interesting speech, I'm sure. Thank you very much. Well, I would like to explain how we are starting to offer network slicing not only for emergency services but for many other services, and to prove that it is a reality nowadays in Telefónica. So first of all, a reflection. If we think about the last years, iPhone was launched in 2007, and then we've seen 3G, 4G, 5G, some booths talk about 6G. So connectivity has changed a lot, and really, if we reflect upon how we commercialize this connectivity, is that it has not changed that much in the last years. Any of us connect to the 3G, 4G, 5G network, and then you get the best quality with the best technology. And this would be the normality of how things work. But if we think about how things work, and especially in the B2B world, so the fixed line is completely different. There is a portfolio of services that is very different with the quality, how we manage safety, and the level of granularity that is very wide. And we can manage some scenarios. And It is a gap in connectivity, and we see it as a great opportunity that we can develop in the following years. With the different use cases, we see some that are very obvious, and we can emphasize with many of them. A remote worker, someone who is working in many places all over the world, always on the move, and the services need to work seamlessly. And then critical services that can not fail, because otherwise the life of people would be in risk, or critical processes in a company. And then finally we can also think about redundance, and the fixed line always works, and the mobile network can complement this connectivity. And then finally there's another scenario. It is a niche, but also very interesting, the congestion in stadiums. If you want a different experience in these environments that put the network under stress, a lot of people consuming, generating a lot of congestion. And in these situations, there are some services that are more critical. And then we see that it is a great opportunity. So we've started talking about slicing, but if we think about slicing is our technology and our capacity that does something very basic. So it allows us to assign some SIM to a specific pathways and to link some traffic profiles that are different from the general internet that we use every day. But it is only just one technology, so the key would be this technology that can be perceived. How can we develop these use cases? So we start with something very basic. Do you know Open Gateway? How many of you? Okay. Open Gateway is basically a project that we are developing, all the telcos, to expose capabilities of our network, of our systems, in a standardized way. So when building slice-link services, we think how we can do it with Open Gateway. So there is an API that we have developed, and others already also have, that is called Mobile Keyword API. And it does something very basic. So you can have a profile and a SIM card, and then this SIM in the Telefónica network will be linked to a different quality profile. And this opens up the doors to very interesting things. First of all, third parties in B2B or B2BX will be able to consume these, to invent, to innovate, and they can explore without us being in the way. And this is an ecosystem towards innovation. And once you have this API, you forget the complexity to develop a special project to show the importance. With one code, we can deploy a pilot very easily. And there we can see the impact of slicing. This was the first use case. And then when we thought about this, it was very obvious. So what is the gear up of mobile keyword? And the gear up of this is the connectivity services, and this is what we truly develop, what we commercialize. And as Serafin said, not all our customers want to consume API, and they want a hands-on key, or so to say, and we need to integrate this API with other services in Telefónica Spain. And this would be the results of where we are. And the first thing was to integrate it in two very similar services, a Movistar intranet and private virtual network. I will try to summarize it very easily. It is a service of private networks as service, and we can assign a different quality and a specific routing to have these networks in a very simple way anyway. And it can be all sorts of customers, industry, factories, that maybe they don't want to deploy totally because of the cost, or customers that need the quality of service and combining it with security capabilities. And then the second service would be this one. The VPN IP and Diva 5G. We try and transform the connectivity of the headquarters of companies. Nowadays, a lot of customers that have offices that are smaller or are in remote places, and they can connect, they cannot have a optic cable. And then the CPE of these companies can be connected to the mobile network with a differential capability. So another option would be a backup of the fixed line. And the next case that it's not available yet, it's the corporate service. It is very easy. Many of our customers, we sell them these company lines, but they are personal. And not all customers are the same. Not all users are the same. There are some users, because they are executives or because they are in charge of a specific critical services, that need this differential capability. So we can assign in a very simple way these VIP lines to these profiles. And then finally we have the critical mission 5G. It is what Serafina was mentioning. So we are working on POC mode, but it will not be only things that can be done specially. It can be a standardized service, a holistic solution that the customers will be able to buy. And emergencies or whatever will have this connectivity. It will be a turnkey project. So all this, I really like it as a reflection what we have achieved. That we are not the fastest companies, telcos, and it is a philosophy of API first, and the capabilities that we develop will be offered for our internal services, for third parties, and this will allow us to dynamize our products and the productivity, and then we will have a better and fastest portfolio. The API was ready in September. We are now here, February, and we have already 4 services available in Spain that are a reality, and 2 more that will come in the following months. And this shows the speed, the velocity that we can achieve. And also it allows for business models more agile, more nimble, and with a code line very fast to integrate in any service. And it allows these models that are more flexible. Also, it allows to have these solutions that will work with us and will work with others, to develop solutions that can be escalated, that will help them to invest time and effort. And then, being able to do that, it's not only a question of time, it's also a question of cost. We can be more efficient developing new services, and then this efficiency makes us more competitive. And these are the messages I wanted to convey to you. And this slicing can be commercialized nowadays. And it is embedded in our products. And now I'm going to give the floor to Alex Hartman from our global team. And he's going to tell us what's going to happen in the future. Thank you very much. I am Alex. I am in charge of the platform team in CDIO, and we help Alejandro to implement, but we are also doing all the research. Network slicing has well, it started in 2018, and we have a super cool customers, super cool products, and super well-established cool customers. So slicing is a standard technology, and with 5G SA, and it allows us to evolve it, and we work in different organizations, and with the different operators, there are some gaps that we have identified and that we try and define so that there are better products and more evolved. So I'm going to share some of the gaps that we are trying to solve. First of all, the concept of a token. And we think that it is a priority because nowadays there are no mechanisms in which a customer can decide which application they need to consume, and it's a premium connectivity. And if a customer employs premium connectivity, we can say there's a push-to-top app can be in the slice, but maybe the mail of the staff will not be able to be included. It is something we've done with the GSMA, and GSMA has published a white paper. And here you can see how we try to solve this gap. And with this token, the app wants to access the slice and sends this token to the network, and depending on the decision of the customer, we authorize or not the traffic of the application in the slice. And something that is also missing is the communication between the network and the applications. Right now, an app has access to a slice, a video slice, but it is a category pretty wide, and at the granular level we do not know the requirements. And also the network creates connectivity, but sometimes it has a status in which the latency increases or the capability has to be expanded. So we can do slice in a more granular way, and this is why we are creating protocols where we use metadata, and then we can adapt the slice. When the network wants to increase the capability or reduce the traffic, it can inform the app about its status. And then the last point, something very important to us, especially in rural regions where we want to offer slicing, and we collaborate between different operators in network sharing, and sometimes we share access, and we create slicing in this type of architecture. So we are working on identifying how the networks can communicate and do this network sharing to offer slicing. A lot of work to be done. There is something very important that I did not include, but it is just a little bit of publicity for my presentation tomorrow. We've been working with David to put artificial intelligence in the network and this network slicing, and tomorrow I will have a technical session about this. So I'm going to conclude the presentation. The advantage of a company of Telefónica is that we control the cycle of technology. It's initial creation in industry, the standardization, and the innovation, and that we industrialize it so that it can be escalated. And we all collaborate, and it benefits the company as a whole. Now we have 5 questions.
In English?
Yeah.
My name is Linda, I'm from Sweden, very interesting. Can you comment anything on the business model for the slicing? I assume for the first case they have their own slice. How is the business model for that? And then for the other ones, how do you perceive the value that the customers are willing to pay?
Again, the product.
Yeah. So in terms of business model, each of the important thing for me to understand is that each of the services has its own commercialization model, which is specific. When you go to just the API, you pay as you go, and it's a time-based business model. But when you go to the other services, you go into more very complex solutions that already have a pricing model. So for each of them, there is a specific way in which that can be added. In some cases, it's added just as an incremental delta of before it was 10, now it's 5. In others, it's exposed as a value-added service that can be added on optionally. So that's how we are pushing it. It's not that the slicing in itself has a common business model for all use cases. We think that the value that you can extract from slicing is very different associated to each business case or each application, and therefore the value and the pricing associated to slicing should be adapted in each of the different use cases and services.
Question. Las preguntas.
That's all. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Vale. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos. Gracias por venir.
Welcome, welcome. Yes, I need the thingy for the slide. Thank you very much for being here. We are going to talk about satellite connectivity. And in Telefónica, most of the times, we are famous for basic services, mobile network and fixed landline, fixed network, but we are the main providers of IT services in Spain, and nobody knows that. We have data centers, we sell artificial intelligence, big data, and we have a very important division of cybersecurity. In this context, it happens the same as the satellite connectivity. Telefónica is a provider of satellite services, multi-purpose, multi-technology. And in order to explain to you what we do with satellites, we have split up the session in 3 parts. First of all, we are going to listen the head of satellite business development, Enrique Macho. And then we are going to have Juan José González Menaya, IoT connectivity head. So satellite for sensors, for agricultural services and wind farms. And then Juan Cambeiro, I'm going to talk about how we offer coverage in emergency situations and how we use the satellite in order to do that. And Enrique, whenever you want. Thank you, Juan. And welcome to you all. And the following minutes we are going to talk about satellite connectivity and a hot topic. And we are going to see the impact of satellite connectivity in digitalization nowadays. We are going to see the impact, what's going on in the satellite industry, because there are a lot of disruptions and the rules of the game are changing, and we are going to see the position of Telefónica in this type of services. And 30% of the population does not have access to bandwidth. And the smartphones are universalizing, and this means that we have to be always connected. And apart from people, we need to connect machines, and this is all essential to provide many of these services that we are seeing in this event. And this shows that there cannot be a global digitalization if there is not a solution of connectivity. And satellites have been a solution, and with different solution of problems in IC situations, in emergency situations, for natural disasters like in Valencia, and also some backup or redundant solutions. But what's happening nowadays in the industry? There is a revolution, and with a wave of innovation, and that has brought down all the paradigms, and it's contributed to universalizing this, the use of this type of communications. But this transformation is due to all these different factors that you can see here on the screen, and the LEO constellations. I suppose many of you know what I'm talking about when we talk about satellites and we bring them closer to the Earth. We have 2 amazing effects. First of all, the latency is reduced to 1/10. It means that a lot of applications that did not work start working, and we also increase the bandwidth. There are other effects like the release 17 of 3GPP, which is a standard that has introduced improvements that will allow us to integrate satellite networks in the 5G network, especially in rural regions. It is great news because it opens up the IoT or 5G. And this is creating a golden age. And we are not a niche solution right now. And we are a clear alternative to terrestrial solutions. And in satellite communications, who is Telefónica? Telefónica has been a relevant stakeholder since the beginning up to now in satellite services. For you to understand it better, we can go back in history. We are going to do some time travel back to the 60s. And something happened. The WeTrago satellite station had an important role in the communications with NASA in the Apollo 11 mission that and then with the landing on the moon. And it is one of the ports that helped in the communications of the Apollo 11 spaceship. And also as a link with Greenfield in the United States. In the 70s, there were other collaborations. In the 80s, there was a satellite station in Muratahuyá that's still working, and we consolidated our international position. And in the 90s, we supported the expansion strategy in Latin America with satellite infrastructures, with 70 stations. But who is Telefónica right now? Well, it has transformed this legacy, and it is a global integrator of satellite services. Here you can see an example. We have global coverage with 25,000 access, 300 customers, 11 teleports. So this is the map of our providers that offers an ecosystem of partners that makes us leader. But in Telefónica Group, we have taken this legacy and we have designed a portfolio of products with a value proposal, creating a specific portfolio for companies. And the most important thing is that we have a differential value proposition, and we are agnostic from technology wise, and we have a map of partners and we select the technology depending on the solution and what the customer needs. But there are other value proposals that are very relevant. For example, we are aggregating layers on pure connectivity, SD-WAN, bonding, multi-orbit satellites, and then with this multinational experience that is putting together a lot of successful cases that we will see shortly. And then the first one would be the petrol stations, the fields, the gas and petrol fields are in isolated places, so there is no communication. So satellite technology is a breakthrough. It has allowed to transmit data on real time, and then it allows us to create content for the well-being of the staff. And they can monitor the operations, and it can contribute to the communications between the ultramar and the Earth stations. And we can offer multi-orbit projects. So it's not that it's the satellite with two orbits. It's one solution with the two axes. One would be LEO orbit and GEO orbit. And this allows you to combine the best from both worlds, and you can integrate it with this traffic balance with ST technology. These customers have bandwidth and a big SLA. And to finish, I would like to share this case. And it is the project of connectivity with the rural networks. It is an initiative between the 4 mobile operators in the UK, together with the government, to create a shared network, neutral, that will allow to expand the coverage to 95% of the population, 4G population, and with very fast as well. And we proposed a LEO solution, and with our latency, minimum latency, and a deployment that is immediate. And you can see the results here. And then it was the first one that offered almost full coverage in all the operators in the UK, because 1/3 of the radio bases were done through satellite. This is the coverage in the northern region of Scotland. And then what happened after this deployment? It was a big success, and it is a great example of that satellite communications are a fantastic solution when we need to do a rapid deployment. And well, let me finish with this. Thank you very much. I hope it's been interesting. Juan Cambeiro. Thank you very much. Well, now we're going to talk about the coverage that we offer when there is no coverage, especially in an emergency cases. We have to offer support to rescue bodies like these lorries that you can see here. So if you've seen this type of lorries, you've seen them in this context, not in an emergency context, but to reinforce coverage in massive events, in massive venues. The Sail GP competition in Cadiz, or the Open Golf in Madrid. So there are 50,000 people all of a sudden, and then the mobile network is not truly dimensioned to service all of them. So if I want to have coverage in a place where there is no coverage, we see this. And then in this context, and how do I connect this? I have a lorry, and the cellulars access this lorry, but I don't have internet inside the lorry. So how can I facilitate this the browsing? So the first solution, we need to offer coverage to these that are far away from a Telefónica tower. The first thing would be the radio link. So I put an antenna in the lorry with this shape of a drum, and it is connected to another antenna, and then I can install it. It would be a radio link, and it would be the way to channel the traffic in this coverage from the lorry to the rest of the world. And here it has to be in line. The tower cannot be moved. Then I have to move the trunk, the lorry, and then you can ask the lorry driver to move a little bit to one side or to the other side, but with limitations. You need to have direct vision. And then 5 days later, what happens? It's been raining a lot. This is in the Covadonga Lakes region, and it's very difficult to take this lorry out of this situation. So, well, it's all right. The tower is not moving. I'm going to put the antenna on the tower and in icy conditions. And then this guy has to go up this ladder. And sometimes the situation is even worse. So I don't even see my hand. I cannot see the lorry. So it is a tribute I'm paying to our colleagues and the job they do. Most of us don't know what they do. It is what they do to offer coverage in places where there is no coverage. And despite this, the idea is to give a coverage in emergency situations. This would be the most important thing when you have to act when there is no coverage or the emergency itself has destroyed all the existing infrastructure. This was the volcano in La Palma, the volcano eruption. This is the big storm in Valencia. We had to move away all these things to put the unit there. The mobile units are closer to the military unit, the 112 unit, the Red Cross unit. During the Valencia storm, 247 antenna had no connection. 247 towers had no coverage, no electricity, or the fiber was flushed away with the floods. And we cannot use the radio link in these cases. Watch how we do. So, as Enrique said, we would use satellite networks. Up to now, most of the times we used GEO satellites. GEO satellites offer a very good service and not a lot of bandwidth, but an amazing quality with a transponding unit that is special for you. Big quality of service. But the problem is that it's limited, the capability, and you have to book it in advance. And it is not always available. And this means 300,000 milliseconds of latency. And we've been talking about a millisecond in the last time. And then the user thinks it's a different service. And another benefit is that this satellite gives you edge-to-edge connection. They go to the teleports because internet is down there, not up there, and we have to go back to the earth. So these are the teleports that Telefónica has in Guadalajara. And what we needed, it is good when you want to offer this type of communication. But nowadays the emergency services want to send videos to see what's going on, positioning, remote control, vision on the terrain, and it is not enough. So we have tested the satellite, the LEO satellite solutions like Starlink, low latency, and it's not that the telephone connects to the satellite. The telephone connects to the coverage in the lorry. The lorry aggregates everything and takes it through the satellite networks, and then the satellite networks like Starlink leads it to the mobile network, and then from there to the rest of the world. And to share the experience of this prototype, I'm going to show you a video. And I am also in the video, so sorry for the overdose. A very important activity that is done in Telefónica is the mobile units of emergency. These are the sort of vehicles that give 3G, 4G, 5G coverage anywhere. And one of the fundamental things of this mobile unit is to guarantee the communications when the emergency rescue teams have to work in places when there is no coverage. One of the main challenges that we face when we deploy these units is how do I connect it to the rest of the world? Normally, what we used to do is to connect to the GEO satellites at a very high altitude, and we need to book in advance. So in case of an emergency, it's useless, not a lot of bandwidth and high latency. So nowadays, it's completely obsolete. And in this innovative project, thanks to the satellite services given by Telefónica Global Services and the support of Telefónica that is helping us, we are testing these units that are connected through LEO satellite networks at lower height. They go to the kilometers, have some advantages. They're always available, great bandwidth and lower latencies of 40 milliseconds, similar to what we have nowadays with the 4G network. These type of characteristics are fundamental so that the emergency units can work with the data, because it's not only voice phone calls, they need videos to see what's going on. We are testing some use cases that test these characteristics when we operate in emergencies. The prioritization of communications with sent videos and telecontrol of the equipment. The first use case that we are testing is a critical communication. The goal of this use case is to prioritize the communication of emergency services so that they always communicate independently of what's going on, a natural disaster or an accident or a demonstration, and without coverage, with or without coverage. We book part of the resources of our network to these critical communications. This would be the network slicing, and it is done when the network is very busy. We have 4 terminals, and they all have this app that Telefónica uses to emergency services. It is an app that has the multimedia capabilities already embedded. There are 2 that have priorities and others that don't, and we are going to launch a video call, and we are going to see how it goes in the 2 different terminals. If we see the flow of the video, we see that it's very fluid, no pixels and no delay. But in the video, in the other videos, it is not the same quality, and this is because there is no prioritization. The saturation of network is a very powerful combination, because apart from expanding the network coverage, it expands the capabilities, in this case the prioritization of the traffic.
The second use case we're testing is on 5G drones with a very simple aim. We want to see what the drone sees in real time while executing a mission, and if necessary taking remote control of the drone. We have this drone, a 5G drone equipped with an RGB camera, even if it can be accessorized with other cameras such as multispectrum or thermal cameras. It has been programmed to carry out a super fast flight to monitor a terrain with coverage expansion made possible by the mobile unit. The drone, while executing the mission, will send a clip to the control room. This is very suitable for emergency services to act in an efficient way in circumstances such as search and rescue, early detection of fire and floods, and this will allow safety services, security services to assess risk and to act based on knowledge as fast as possible. The last use case we are testing is on media. The aim of this use case is to have real-time broadcasting coverage to offer real-time information both in emergencies and in areas with no mobile signal. We have this camera, this TV camera, with a video output connected to a 5G backpack, which is a video encoder. The back will send a coded video flow through the network deployed in our mobile unit. Thanks to this solution, journalists and camera operators can connect live with no need to have specialized equipment with very low latencies. So this solution will allow Telefónica to deploy fast action solutions that will allow to deploy solutions in the fastest possible time in context of emergency. So the advantage of video is that it buys me time. I don't have to speak for so long. Great. So before moving to my colleague Juanjo, of course, all this goes hand in hand with challenges that need to be improved. Networks such as Starlink do not offer you any quality guarantee like the geo satellites. And for us, it is very important to ensure that communications between the antenna and the network are prioritized. This is how the network is kept alive. And then we have user traffic. There is no distinction in traffic here, so when satellite networks drop, communications become perhaps a little bit slower. What we're doing is combining G networks in line with what Enrique mentioned, combining different multi-technology services through the geo. We keep the quality alive, and the broadband is searched at the LEO networks. What comes next? The uplink. In landlines, we use more and more uplink because we produce content that we upload to the internet. It's not about downloading TV, television, influencers. Use more and more satellite. Have this weak spot, starting, for example, gives you 300 megabytes in download, 30, 25 in the upload. So what we're doing here are two things. We do bonding, as Enrique said before, several connectivities in parallel to aggregate, and then there's what we call the local breakout. And what does this mean? Well, if I'm connected to the track and I want to speak with someone connected to the track, the information needs to be kept inside so that the satellite does not limit our broadband, right? So within the track, and as Leticia mentioned in the clip, we can put the push-to-talk that can work in the emergencies, or so all this traffic stays locally. And last but not least, safety. These networks allow you to... The little broadband is restricted. What we're doing, we are inserting protocols, coding quantum safe protocols, like in the quantum safe we mentioned before, with a very little overhead, so communications are not restricted. And after speaking with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Juanjo. Thank you very much. He's going to be speaking about satellites for IoT. Now we'll speak about how to use this technology, this satellite technology, to connect things. We are social beings, and we tend to live one close to the next in cities and in towns. Mobile networks are designed to connect people, individuals. So they really cover the population. According to the GSMA, 96% of the global population has mobile coverage. And, well, so we have covered where we live, but not all the territory, right? There are important areas that are not covered at all by mobile networks. And we're not speaking about people here, but about individuals. And, things are serving people. So in order to extract all the value out of machines, we need to connect them. We're speaking here about applications for agriculture, where thanks to IoT connectivity, we can be much more efficient in crops, bringing down plagues, setting up sensors to better understand when we need to water the crop. We're becoming much more efficient. The same happens in livestock management, or in solar panels, air generators. We need to keep them, right? We need to receive real-time information to do a preventive maintenance so that they keep working, or in marine extensions with a variety of boats transporting merchandise. Perhaps we'll need to monitor when they are arriving to the harbor. So there is a great deal of territory in the world where people do not live, but if we connect machines, we'll bring value to society. Telefónica's vision is precisely to connect all devices at all times and everywhere. And for that, we'll need to expand to accessorize landlines. And here is where satellite technology is of great help. But for this to be possible and for devices to be connected first, we need to solve challenges, several challenges. The first one having to do with devices. We need to better understand what devices we want to connect. And the software, of course, the platform with which we're going to be managing this new connectivity. Last, the satellite network. So here in Telefónica, for many years, we have been working to overcome these three challenges to connect machines. We want to use the same device that today is connecting to LAN lines. We want our customers to be able to connect through one single device. And wherever they do not have LAN coverage, they shall be able to connect to satellite networks. All this has to be managed from the platform. As you know, in Telefónica for IoT, we have Kite, which is the platform from where our customers manage their needs. They add new layers, they control fraud, and they insert safety layers. Last, we want this network, we want this last network to work as a single network. In other words, we don't want the customer to feel they have to network, the traditional network and the satellite one. No, we want them to be integrated so that devices connect to one or the other by default, and when they disconnect from one, they shall connect to the satellite one in a transparent way. And this is thanks to the fact that the solutions have been standardized in the 3GPP, which is the organization that standardizes communication networks. And here is where we are working. As it has been said before, there are different satellite technologies, low orbit, geostationary orbit, and we believe they have their pros and cons, and we do not want to renounce to the pros of either network. So we're working together with different suppliers, both in low orbit and in geostationary orbit, to put at the disposal of our customers the best existing technology which is suitable for specific use cases. And this has been developed for years now. In year 2018, we started working with the first suppliers in this value proposition. For us, it was extremely important to come up with a transparent and integrated proposal. Same device, same SIM card connected to the satellite network. And later, a few years later, we reached the standard which would allow us to do this transition. In year 2023, our suppliers started launching the first satellites based on this standard, and today, in year 2025, we are working in the commercialization. We are connecting the first devices using this technology. So the time is now. We are carrying out the first real-time tests with the client with narrowband and LTM devices connected to satellite connectivity. So satellites are here to help in IoT, fulfilling our mission, which is connecting all things at all times and everywhere. And this would be it. This is us. Thank you very much. Now we have a short Q&A. If you have any doubt or any comment, thank you very much. So, do not miss the opportunity to ask the most renowned experts on satellites. If you have questions, please do not hesitate. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. I am not sure if my Spanish is good enough. Can I speak in English?
Okay. So it's very interesting what you just showed, and understood the connectivity can be everywhere, every time, in each small spot in this planet. But what about the cost? Are the costs high? Because I remember now the M2M, like the connectivity with SIM card is getting down and down. It's cheaper and cheaper. But what about satellite connectivity? I recall that in the past was very expensive, was more used in defense industry, but now it's becoming public and for civil work. So how does it match this? Because not all the industry are very rich to make such a cost. Thank you.
Yeah. So for IoT, in the case of IoT, to connect machines,
So this is one of the challenges, and we want to address this. No? The first thing is the same device. So the customer has not to buy a new device to connect the machine or the use case. They can use the same device with the same cost. And in order to reduce the cost, so thanks to the standard, so we in that places that the device has coverage, traditional coverage with our network, the device will use our network. And the device only use the satellite communication in that areas that they don't have coverage. So this is another way to reduce the cost. And in the areas that they need to connect to the satellite communications, so then they can use the Kite, our platform, to manage the amount of data that to control the traffic, the amount of traffic that this device will or can transmit. It's a mitigation again. Of course, so the satellite communication will is more expensive than the traditional network, but we think and we are sure that unlocks so many use cases that when our customer connects, they get better return, or they get a return on investment to pay this extra cost, because they get a lot of benefits connected these things.
Yeah. Thank you. Very interesting, and stepping forward to the future. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, gracias por la presentación.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's been super interesting, and thanks for being such good presenters. So my question, and this is what we have learned here. Satellites will help offer connectivity in new use cases, remote areas, to offer also video where there's catastrophes, as you mentioned, and to reach the IoT. So my question would be, are you thinking also about developing a use case that might help you replace or allow you to replace part of the network, such as antennas, for example, or the antennas that you are using now? Perhaps they can be replaced, especially in areas which are less cost-effective, so that you can offer services through satellite instead of antennas, of LAN antennas. I think, as my colleague said before, there will be areas where probably we cannot launch 15,000 kilometers of fiber to set up a station, and in that case, satellite might be an alternative. I believe these are parallel scenarios. Replacing antennas is not in anybody's mind, right? All the information transferred in landlines is just outrageous. We would need there are like 7,000 satellites today and up and running, but we have 37,000 antennas only in Spain, and they are already, at full speed. So traffic is, of course, growing exponentially. But of course, yeah, it's a parallel service. It's a very useful parallel service, as you mentioned. And the fact that these are specialized in a 3PP means that they can be an excellent accessory. I hope I answered to your question. But I mean, an accessory to landlines, but not a general replacement of landlines by satellite communications. But of course, they are an excellent accessory to landlines, indeed.
¿Alguna pregunta más?
Is there any other question? Here, please, microphone.
Bien, muchas gracias.
So thank you very much for the presentation. Indeed, very interesting, this accessory or this parallel option, which is having satellite coverage, especially into this time where networks with 2G, 3G are paid here and there, and it's a big mess. So this is an amazing accessory to connectivity needs, especially considering that you can use the same routers and the same infrastructure. But as far as I understand, everything will depend on the operator, right? In the LEO satellite, of course, well, they will have to take the decision themselves, right? The operator. Is there any specific roadmap, any plan in terms of implementation? Is there a roadmap for the implementation? To coverage, revisit time in a specific points, because at the end of the day, this is what's most similar to real-time implementation, which is what we have today with narrow band, LTM, or with 2G even today. So, would you like to answer? So the question, is it more like IoT oriented or both? IoT, yeah, I'm thinking about IoT. I'm thinking about apps like sensors, etc. Okay, so the vision we have in Telefónica is the following. The extension, the 4G coverage can reach through two different means. One, through a satellite for IoT, or by implementing the backhauling, so expanding the coverage and including a basis radio with 4G coverage. This is why Baholi, from our position and experience, is an excellent way to expand coverage. But there are other alternatives, as he pointed out. One last question. Yeah, LEO and GEO have pros and cons, of course. We want to work with two. The architecture we have defined allows us to partner with any one of them to use or to select the best options right here and there. From Kite, we'll be able to select the technology or the partner for each customer so that we can, benefit from the pros of all networks. Until LEO has a wider constellation, it will not offer us real time. In many cases, you don't need real time, but hey, this is why we want different options, different alternatives, so we can choose the most suitable one in all use cases. Okay, I think we're running late, so thanks again for your presence and see you soon. So hello and good evening. Welcome to this session on cyber criminality. My name is Lara Grohe and I'm the Chief Meta Officer in Telefónica. I have the pleasure of having worked with Javier Espinoza, who is the head of software of the Telefónica Innovation Platform. He's also the head of software of Lunch, which is a product that we're going to be presenting here today. As we've said before, we're going to be speaking about cybersecurity. Because as it turns out, today's cyber criminals, as a matter of efficiency, speed, well, they do not exploit vulnerabilities, but they rather compromise credentials. They do log in and they, have their way into digital services. It's quite peculiar because, of course, the identity and security sector has been working for quite a long time in the identification of users, but not so much in controlling what is done within digital products. And this is, of course, based in the identity. So, all this has to do with 3 different stages. Everything started in 2016 with the basic authentication in basic services, but all this is based in a factor that we really know, which is the passwords factor. Passwords, as you know, for quite a long time have been made more complex, and we have included back-end safety parameters precisely because they do have safety, they entail safety problems. And when we have started making passwords more complex, we've lost a great deal of usability. So, yeah. And then we need to consider a second stage, which has to do with multi-factor. Multi-factoring, as I said before, we've seen it in the past, and we keep seeing it, OTT, OTP, HTOTP, and more recently, or for quite a long time now, even the NIST is considered that the SMS-based OTTs or emails are not the most safe second factor. And now we are at a stage where things are different. We head towards a world with no passwords. We are working now in this world with no passwords, and also in adaptive ID based on users' patterns and other authentication pathways. So, as Aitha said before, the cybersecurity industry for quite a long time has focused on authentication, and as we've seen today, this paradigm, especially for attackers, has changed, and we've seen how the order of magnitude of attacks directed to is at the same level than credentials. If an attacker when you steal a token, you move to visual service, and you can do whatever you like. So this is why we believe we need to add an extra safety layer. This is why we're here to share OILADS. OILADS has 2 functionalities within the product. One has to do with use control tokens, and at the end of the session we'll see an evolution which makes sense to us for the standard of IOTPs, which is the TP server, and how this authentication based on code, well, we believe they can also be brought to the authorization segment, and of course this could entail an extra. And this is what we are going to be seeing today. So let's start with this, and as we like saying, this is the key tool to a lot of functions. These controls, well, Nacha is an app with an interface as we see in the screen, and with these controls at the end of the day, what we can do is to protect privileged operations within digital services, be it a transfer in a bank, editing a personal data, or an action that we want to protect because it entails a certain risk, a data wipe out, which is oftentimes composed of very sensitive operations. It would make sense to insert our latch so that if our identity is supplanted, the operation is banned because it were protected. We have authorization flows also, of course. In the latch service, we include these flows to add an extra latch to specific users with a specific rule within our digital service or within our organization in a very simple way. And all this, considering we have an application in the cell phone, we have a super powerful notification platform, and everything that happens around our digital identity can be monitored, and we can be up to date every time there is a login or an attempt to log in or an authorization of any operation within the digital service. We'll receive an alert and we'll have this control. So we'll start by analyzing the Web3 world. How does identity work in a company or in a digital service, which is Web3? Blogs, of course, are designed for users who will access the digital service, authenticators, and the ITP provider. Imagine now that we have a user who wants to access a digital service. Good. The digital service, of course, needs to come with an ITP, but the digital service will resend the user to the IDP and will show the relevant authenticators. Imagine that one of the authenticators is the user and plus password. Once the user has inserted or introduced the identity and the password, and the digital service has validated the password and the password is correct, then of course the user can have access to the service. But the provider IDP has issued a token session with certain information. And in the token, there will be information about the rights of users in a specific digital service. Nonetheless, this has its own security risks. For example, the digital service can trust an IDP which is malicious or incorrect. Then, of course, as we've seen oftentimes in the past, the different factors can be compromised. This means, for example, a compromised password, which has been seen in the past, and then all which is related to session tokens. As Javier mentioned before, if a digital service or a user has seen a token compromised, then we would have access to the digital service. And of course, everything that has to do with the design of the claims. But sometimes it happens that a digital service has defined different permits which are excessive to the session token. Can you log in the session, please? Yeah, sure. So let me briefly tell you more about what Leticia already defined. How would this work when what we want is to introduce a latch protection in these actions that we were mentioning before? So a service at the end of the day has to do with inserting a code, our SDKs, so that within the digital service we can invoke the latch service to ask about the latch associated to each operation, which is what we can see in the diagram in the lower part of the slide, function 1, function 2, function 3, before giving the user the authorization to carry out the action. And this is extremely important. And the thing is, latch is a parallel channel. It's a 6 channel. This is operated in a digital channel, which is not attached to the digital service, and it has a different identity from the identity we are using. This means that if our identity is compromised, an attacker will manage to enter, but as we've said before, the user or the attackant will find a lodge, and it will be impossible to unlodge because the identity protecting the channel will be different. we can integrate latch. We'll see now a short demo of the latch service in a bank. Here what we would see is precisely the user profile with the safety section attached to latch, and now the operation to be protected is a personal data editing process, zip code, etc. So here we can see the mobile app. Before we had the latch locked and there's no editing, and once we unlatch, by carrying out the same action in a simple way, we can edit the information. And as you can see, in a very simple way, at one click. Okay, let me now move to the Web3, because it changes slightly, as we've said before. So how does the system work? How does the authorization system work? Of course, we also have Tel customer, our end user. We have the decentralized application, which can be translated between it's a smart contract, and there's the blockchain, where we push all the information in a public way so that it's transparent, etc. And then there's the wallet. How does this operate? Imagine that a user wants to purchase an NFT in a decentralized application. So this decentralized application sends the information and all the details of the operation to the wallet, and the wallet will raise in the navigator and will show the details of the operation to the user, so that the user authorizes with his or her private code the operation. And once the operation is authorized with a private password or code, the information will be pushed to the blockchain. Of course, there are different authorization levels. The first one has to do with the wallet. So we've said that the operations are authorized because the user manages his or her private password, and then there's a smart contract, the decentralized application, which might incorporate different permits or the definition of different roles. What are the safety problems at this regard? Well, the responsibility today at the Web3 world lays on users, and the holder of the private code is in control. So who has the private code, if has been compromised, can operate on behalf of the user. Then users can also sign messages which are malicious, or even sometimes the contract has more permits than what's reasonable. Okay, and as we have seen in Web 2, let me tell you a little bit more about the integration of latch in a Web3 environment. At the end of the day, it's quite similar. We'll integrate the latch in our smart contract, and the mechanism is exactly the same. What will be done is to ask about the state of the latch. Imagine the latch is open or unblocked, then the operation will be authorized, and vice versa. But there's an exception. We'll ask for the latch status, but then we have a smart contract in the blockchain, and the information is hosted also in the chain. As Yaita said before, it is important to understand that here we're not speaking about token burglary. No, in the Web3 world, at the end of the day, identity and authorization is based on possessing the wallet, the private code that gives you access to operations in the smart contract you have access to. And this is a way to protect smart contract with low latches. The smart contract will ask about the status of the latch, and the operation will be authorized or denied depending on what happens here, right? At the end of the day, it is a very easy integration. Let me show you a little demo here for the Web3 world. Here to the left, we have the portal, the NFT portal, and the mobile application. Now the pairing flow, for you to better understand how it works. When we insert a pairing code, we bond both identities. As we can see, this is a parallel channel, it's a side channel, and when we do the bonding, the latch is already locking the phone, and every time we unlock it or lock it, we go to the blockchain and we write down the information so that when a user goes, for example, to an operation in a smart contract in gallery, in the case that the lodge is logged, the smart contract will block, and the meta wallet, as you can see, had denied this, and from the moment we unlock, the enabling button is re-enabled. So even if our credentials were stolen, even if the wallet was stolen, well, an attacker could not carry out the operation even if they had the wallet, because the lodge was locked and the smart contract would be lodging it down. So let me tell you a little bit more about one of the recent functionalities that have been introduced in Latch, and it has to do with adding the location as a new means to authorize. So here, once the location has been added, we would be reducing even further the exposition of the users every time they interact with a digital service. And here we have three components. We have been working in three different blocks, because at the end of the day, when operations are performed, when you want to authorize a critical operation, it's not only that the location will be authorized, we need to see the latch status for users and for services and for operations in a specific, right? And the latch needs to be open, and then it's when we will be confirming what is the location of users thanks to the API of device location verification. And if users or the user has previously authorized a specific location, and if they are located in that specific location, then they will formalize the operation. And this can happen in positive or in negative. In other words, it can be a critical operation where the state of the lodge is open and the user is in the specific location where the person set would be, well, then there will be a notification. But it's even more important when this is not the case. If this is not the case, if the lodge is locked, well, it will always be the case. But if the lodge is unlocked and the location is not the right one, there will be a notification about the situation and about the risk that the operation entails. Let me now go to a real-time demo, because we love real-time demos, and we'll see how it goes. I hope it works. Oh, by the way, we're the only ones doing a live demo, no pressure. Okay, let's now insert the navigator, the browser. Amazing, thank you. So in this screen to the left, well, this is the one I'm managing with my phone. Here is the wire bank, which is somehow the digital service integrating LATs and the location, and here is the other two components. Oh yeah, and the other telephone with a shared account, sorry. Absolutely, so what we have here is, well, Javi and I, we have set up a shared account, and we have agreed that no money can be used for operations or for critical operations that go beyond 10,000 euro, and that holders need to be in Zaragoza, account holders need to be in Zaragoza. Of course, the configuration in the digital service is the location, right, Zaragoza, but of course, we are here. Today we are in La Fira, here at the mobile. So when Javi, who will start performing the operation, well, this is a new scenario, and in theory there should be an error here. You wanted to buy a car, right? Yeah, no problem, a car is handy, absolutely. So now latch has been blocked, and the two users are precisely receiving the denial notification, but as the text says, it's a matter of location, not because latch was locked. Let's move to the next scenario. Let's say everything is working well, because Javi is going to set up here in the digital service that We are in La Fira, so we're going to be editing here the location. Barcelona Fira, great. Gran Via Fira, absolutely. So let's confirm the location, and now we're going to do a transfer from this account to another. Well, cars are a little bit more expensive. I'm going to be sending you 18,000. The price is going to be, the operation is going to be successful, but considering that we have set up receiving all the notifications even when an operation fails, well, the operation is going to be taking place. Great. So now, say we go to the previous scenario, the presentation. So, as we've seen at the beginning, we've talked about latches, controls, and now Aisha told us a little bit more about the recent development. We have inserted adding this extra layer, location, to give, So at the beginning we've seen that there are what we call, well, we wanted to ensure that considering that authentication and security apps are very much expanded, we wanted to elevate the standard, and this is why we decided to integrate in the product the OTPs, not only thinking about authentication, but also for authorizations. And we wanted to, well, the standard at the end of the day is very simple. You scan a QR code, the secret is stored in the phone, and from here on you can create as many temporary codes as you wish. If you capture the secret, you can create codes, and this entails a problem for companies. It entails an integration, and sometimes integrations from a safety perspective are rather slow, and this is why we wanted to enable it, to make it easier. And we've used it by using quantum technology so that the random number production is based on quantum technology, so that they are not foreseeable, predictable, and the fact that the system is anonymized, well, this allows us to come up with different tools. We have tools that allow us to spot events in OTPs so that the digital identity can also be introduced in EOTPs, and the authorization control can be hosted only by companies and services. Of course, notifications, every time the user sends a request, an event is created. Let's see a demo and let's see what happens. Well, this is a tool we use to monitor events related to QOTPs, and now we have the wire bank. In this case, the user has not configured the QOTP. So there's a QR code, and Yaiza now is going to scan the QR code in the app, and when this is done, you will see how in an automated way an event, an associate event, will be launched, and this is something unique. No other service with the OTPs standards include this, the event, right? The moment when the QR code has been scanned. This is new. So usually the services ask a validation, and Yaiza has only introduced it in the app, and this is what has been done. Now it's going to be inserted to be validated, and from the moment we do so, a new event, a new confirmation event will take place to reaffirm that this EOTP has taken place. We use this temporary code to authorize operations. Also, we'll now move to the profile. We'll authorize the QOTP in the LADS app. In this case, Yaiza is editing the name of the account, and what will be done now is authorizing the application. She will go to the app And now the event will be set up. The OTP has been visualized with the relevant date, of course. Yes, I will insert the code, a wrong code, so that we can see the relevant event. Wrong validation, right? This could happen to any user, of course. And once this has been done, once the code has been inserted in the lower part, the code again, so this will produce, or they will create the TOTP event properly validated. And this is a scenario which might look an attempted attack because the validation is wrong. If we trace the events, you know, it will give you the impression that it's a legitimate one, because at the end of the day we have a user who has visualized the code and then inserted it and got it wrong, and a few seconds after he got it right. So even if it seems an attack, clearly it's not the case. What would happen in a service integrating our QOTPs if an attacker manages to steal our credentials, access the service, edit our profile, and spotting the codes? Well, at all times we would be spotting the wrong validations, and of course all this is attached to an alert system which can spot anomalies, and you will see that this is not preceded of a previous visualization, and this would entail probably the existence of an attack, of a malicious attack. Okay, let us go back now to the previous scenario, to the presentation, and apologies. As we've said before, this is again a control and authorization platform to insert a second security layer. So in this context, I hope you've all grasped the meaning of the presentation, because it's quite challenging, but nonetheless, everything we can do is to ally with authentication systems to bring them to the market. And latch to latch, we've used Javier Mira, who is FaceFee's CEO, so that he can tell us a little bit more about the partnership we're going to be having together. So thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be at the mobile, and also luxury to be with Telefónica Innovation and with Latch. Thanks, Laitha, and also thanks for paying attention to this very central topic, digital safety. In safety, we've been working for more than 1 decade to revolutionizing the way we have to accessing services. I remember 10 years ago we would use passwords, and you know the most widely used password in the world, 1234. And what about the second one? The password, the second most used password. Back then we knew that we had to generate more trust in safety. We always believed that the next step would be to ensure we believe the only way to be safe and fast is based on our identity and our biometrics. So from that moment on, we have evolved and we have become absolute leaders in verification of digital identity and biometrical ID mechanisms. And this is one step ahead if we're capable of validating. Well, our partnership with Latch is one extra layer. Users take absolute control, not of being who they say they are, but rather of controlling operations how and the way they want. Now, if we think about what is happening today, artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence is launching important challenges. We're capable of protecting attacks against Well, we can also identify bank account opening, the KYC with fake identities. We also know about the proliferation of deep fakes, which are having a very sharp and negative impact in terms of fraud. And we've heard also about So what we do at FaceFi is tackling all these problems in an integrated manner. We are capable of spotting behaviors such as consortiums to anticipate fraud. And our collaboration with Latch entails the following. If we are experts in verification and authentication, thanks to the generation of this alliance, we add value to end users so that they can control authorization for all operations. Because at the end of the day, to allies against fraud, an alliance that will bring to many customers in many places of the world trust when it comes to managing interactions with different sectors, such as telecom operators, health companies, of course, financial entities, fintechs, public administrations. All these sectors, to name a few, have major concerns because we are moving towards a digital landscape. We have more and more interactions from our cell phone or from our So basically, when we talk about fins, we have more than 300 banks using our technology, but it's a KYC, the online boarding. We verify identity, we authenticate when they want to carry out any kind of operation within the bank with different kinds of biometries. And now with Latch, users will have at their hand the absolute power of controlling how and when to manage such activities. So basically, to conclude, because we only have 5 minutes left, in 50 we believe that digital identity is not about verification, but also about setting up or creating an ecosystem where we can ensure users a smooth operability, and this will happen more and more thanks to the partnership. Cyber criminals and attacks are ever evolving, but we are evolving even faster, and this is a proof of, and our partnership with Latch is a proof, a living proof of that. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here today. Thank you very much, Javier, for sharing with us, for sharing your time with us. We're gonna conclude. Now to recap, what have we seen in this session? We've talked about Latch today, Latch yesterday, the integration with Open Gateway, and Javier talked about the future, about Latch tomorrow, in this partnership with FaceFi. To conclude, this is extremely easy to integrate. Adding this extra defense layer is at one code line. Asking about the status of a Latch is as easy as that. So for all companies or developers who want to have a trial, here are a couple of contact numbers and codes to access the product. Now to conclude, in case we're celebrating an event in Madrid on March 26 with 2 top experts. There will be an event in Gran Via where we'll be playing with technology, speaking about Latch and talking about integration. Thank you very much for having me in this adventure. And of course, thanks to the team who's made it possible. It seems like it's tomorrow's technology, and it's not, it's today's technology. So thank you very much. This is it from our end.
Hello and welcome everybody today to this presentation on the blueprint for digital forensics by Telefónica Tech. I'm going to start by putting this slide up here, just give you a bit of time to digest it. What it actually says is that it's estimated that more than 90% of crime is estimated to have a digital element within that crime. So you can see by where we are today, the amount of digital data that's being created with mobile phones, laptops, tablets, drones, cameras, etc., that the digital element to crime is just increasing exponentially. So my name is Will Wilkinson. I'm an account technologist at Telefónica Tech. I'm focused on the public sector within the UK and Ireland, and I'm joined today by Anthony from Leicestershire Police. So I've spent the last 5 years or so really living and breathing policing in the UK and understanding how technology is needed to kind of drive the outcomes and solve crimes quicker. So although I spent that time working in that sector, I'm by no means the expert. I'm really pleased to have Anthony Jones here from Leicestershire Police. Anthony, do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Yes, good evening everybody. I'm Anthony Jones. I'm a detective from Leicestershire Police in the United Kingdom. We're a law enforcement agency based in the UK. We're one of 43 police forces in the United Kingdom. And my specialism is digital forensics and cybercrime investigations. So I've been in the police 16 years, done a variety of different roles, but the last 5 years I've specialised in digital investigations and particularly cybercrime investigations. And recently I'm in a full-time role at the moment, working on our digital forensics transformation project. And I'm here today to talk with Will today and share the experience of our project and what that's going to bring our organisation and policing in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Anthony. So what we'll go through today is we'll first cover the process. So Anthony will take you through a digital forensics process. So what the officers in charge have to go through, what the DFU, the digital forensics unit users have to go through to collect data from digital devices. So Anthony will take you through that in some detail, and that will start to frame the challenges that policing sector are facing, not just in the UK, but globally for sure. What we've been working on with Anthony and the Leicestershire team over the last 4 or 5 years is a solution to really transform digital forensics. So what we believe we've developed that into now is actually a blueprint for digital forensics that we can take to further UK police forces and other law enforcement agencies, again, internationally and globally. And then we'll wrap up with what's next. So what's coming down the line for digital forensics? What are the new challenges that we're seeing with the data creation and the proliferation of data that's leading into the next sort of section of transformation for digital forensics? So Anthony, I'll pass over to you and build out this slide.
Okay, so in modern policing, as we saw on the first slide, over 90% of our investigations have a digital element to them. Now, when I started my policing career 16 years ago, the average size of a mobile phone was minute. I think 4 gigabytes was the biggest size. The majority of people still had pretty dumb phones at the time. The Nokias with the kind of texting with multiple numbers, etc., if anybody can remember those days. So as I've gone through my policing career, and as we've all witnessed, the absolute growth and eruption of data, and as we see there, we've got challenges that just grow every year by year. Every year the data gets bigger, more vast quantities of data, different sources, whether it be conventional mobile phones that we need to acquire data from, laptops, cloud data. It's just growing and erupting year on year. So for us, as we operate at the moment, we have a digital forensics unit within our organisation. So each police force in the United Kingdom has a digital forensics capability. And what our role is to extract data from all the different variety of different data sources that we have. So conventionally, what we used to see was suspects and criminals were storing data on laptops, computers, Windows, predominantly Windows-based devices. But over time, we've actually seen a massive surge in mobile devices taking over what was conventional forensics, in computers. So we've got computers, laptops, CCTV, audiovisual material. That's always been there in policing investigations. CCTV's erupted and got better quality. We're seeing 4K regularly within CCTV systems. We're seeing now CCTV system record even longer periods of time. So we're now, as part of our investigations, and particularly the major crime investigations, we're now seeing what is several weeks of CCTV footage that we need to review and essentially find a needle in a haystack. And when we're talking about super high definition audio-visual footage, we're talking about quite large data sizes as well. So the challenge we have at the moment is that ingestion of data into our investigations just takes time. So we set on a journey 4 years ago now to look at the way we could modernise our investigations and really conquer that challenge of what is essentially quite a slow, manual, labour-intensive process. So if we go to that slide, Will. So once we've essentially extracted or sucked all of that data out of our digital devices in our investigation, we move on to the analysis phase. And this is traditionally been quite a labour-intensive, human-centric part of the process. And at the moment, we're doing a lot of manual human beings clicking buttons, which isn't really value-add. So as we'll talk about later in this presentation, we really wanted to get away from that human being doing really mundane, non-value-add functions in our process. So we wanted to bring in some automation. What we also realised as well is our current business operation is quite siloed, so systems are not able to talk to systems. So we really wanted to, on the journey with Telefónica, kind of conquer this and deliver what we are referring to as a digital forensics platform, where systems are interconnected and able to talk to other systems, and that data is essentially there in that platform. So at the end of this, ultimately what we want as investigators and as a law enforcement agency is we want the ability for that evidence to be presented in our criminal justice system, so in front of the courts and the various different, basically the process. So what we need is that data that we get out in the first part of the process, the ingestion, to be easily understandable by our investigators. So it needs to be accessible. It needs to be able to be easily understood by a kind of conventional investigator rather than a digital forensic specialist. And what we've realised over time is that we needed a solution to deliver that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Anthony. And I think one of the big challenges, you'll agree, is around that data management piece. So when the digital devices are imaged and that data comes in, how do we tag that data appropriately that's in line with the seriousness of the case? So if it's a murder case in the UK, for example, they've actually got laws and governance to say we've got to keep that data potentially for up to 100 years, which poses a big challenge around data storage. And at the moment, I think it's fair to say that, like most organisations, data's never kind of deleted and managed very well. So actually there's a big store of data behind here that needs to be categorised and managed as part of that. So yeah, thanks for that. So what we'll do now is we'll take those elements that Anthony's taken you through and we'll start to build out the solution that we put together as Telefónica Tech in the UK, and you'll see it come up. So it's a bit of a build slide, but it's I think it's worth doing it like that so we can get it all in clearly. But my clicker is not working.
Let's just while we're waiting for that, what I was just going to say is...
go on.
Sorry, yeah.
You go.
I was just going to say, just on the previous slide, so the vast majority of law enforcement's investigations in the digital forensics arena, unfortunately, hinge and pivot around online child sexual abuse material, which is obviously quite a horrific subject, but I think it's important to call out that law enforcement's time is significantly devoted to the pursuing of those offenders online that are distributing and kind of involved in online child sexual abuse. Obviously, as Will said, that comes with some vast challenges around huge amounts of data and also our legal requirements in the UK to store that data for up to 100 years, which is obviously is difficult for any vendor to commit to and promise that we will store your data for 100 years. So go on.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you. So what we start with here is, and this is the bit that usually gets forgotten and gets bolted on at the end, but it's actually the security piece. So from what Anthony was saying there around those child sexual images, just because you work in Leicestershire Police Force doesn't mean that you have access or should have access to that data, right? So the first thing we've got to do is secure the environment, and control the access management to those assets and that data. So that's the first number one thing. And what we've actually done with this is we've taken the Telefónica Tech Next Defence Spain portfolio, first in the UK, first into UK policing, to wrap that umbrella around the digital forensics environment. So very specialist environment. It's also in there going to have things that could be false positives in a very standard environment. So, for example, they're looking at, as well as the stuff that ANSI's covered, things like cybercrime, ransomware. So to do that and investigate that, they've got to potentially unlock those payloads in their secure environment, understands what's happening to be able to decipher that. So obviously you don't want that getting out to the wider force network or beyond kind of thing. So we start with the security that we pushed on with first. So as ANSI touched on, lots of devices that we need to get data in. So for Leicestershire and all police forces, this could be out in police stations. It could be more and more in digital vans as well, where we're taking vans to site with equipment to do on-site forensics. So first thing we need to do is get all that data onto the digital forensics network, or the DFnet. So we do that by providing WAN services into Leicestershire Police. We work closely with the wider Telefónica Tech family with VMO2 to provide some of that connectivity as well. And then once we've got that into the environment, we need to get it onto, because there's a lot of data, we need to get it quickly onto really high performance storage, right? So high performance file storage that's going to be used for both storing and ingesting the data and processing the data as we work through the life cycle. So next stage is, like I say, start to process some of that data. We use very specific applications from the likes of magnet forensics that will look into those mobile phone images and look for that incriminating evidence. So look for that image or that text message or whatever that may be. So we're using a lot of compute power, a lot of high performance storage, and we're doing this on premises. And I think what's important to talk about here is that the Leicestershire went on a bit of a journey as they led into this, exploring hyperscale cloud, so Azure, AWS. But the challenge there was that there was a real unknown in terms of how that was going to perform, and ultimately with a big backlog of cases, actually how were they going to get that data into the system to start with. So we built a hybrid solution. So we've got on-prem elements and we've got public cloud elements. So as we look at the top here, we've got a review platform which enables, once that data has been automatically moved up into that platform, the officers in charge can then start to look at that data, look at thumbnails, look at emails, text messages, and start to build that case together. So we're doing that in public cloud, giving those users access 24/7 to that data. Once we start creating data, then we've got to protect it. So again, a big challenge with Leicestershire Police was there wasn't necessarily the replication, the backup, and all those kind of things in place that meant that data was secure and safe. So we've got to start backing that data up. And then as we move on, we come into this data management piece. So this first sort of loop here is all about the case, processing the case, getting a case to court. Once that decision's been made in terms of whether a conviction has been found, a criminal's been found guilty, then we need to start thinking about how we're going to manage that data. If that person in fact is innocent, should we have that data at all? Should we let that subside and go away because they may have a right to be forgotten or something similar? Or should we be restoring that data because they are a convicted criminal and therefore we've got to keep that data for 100 years, as we touched on?
Yeah. I was just going to add to this as well. Obviously, I'm a representative of Leicestershire Police. We're a customer of Telefónica Tech in the UK. I'm very pleased that obviously we've decided to partner with Telefónica Tech for the next 5 to 7 years. We really view Telefónica Tech as the key really for our success over the next 5 to 7 years in terms of unlocking that digital data and exploiting it and actually driving success to our digital investigations. Ultimately, I'm a public servant. I serve the public of Leicestershire, and what I've recognised in the journey of this project is that we can't do this on our own as policing. We don't have the resources, the knowledge, the technology, and the resources that can scale to the size that we need to deliver a solution such as this. So that's why we're really pleased to say that we're working with Telefónica Tech in the private sector. We've got here a really good relationship between public sector and private sector working hand in hand to deliver this digital forensic solution. And for us, the key things that we're going to be delivering to our investigators is yes, we're going to build we already have built a rock solid foundation, which is the network, the storage, the compute, the public cloud. But actually, for our investigators, and I myself, I'm an investigator at heart. What I'm most excited about is in the next month, we're hoping to bring online our kind of customer facing being the investigators of Leicestershire Police, a new digital forensics case management system, a new digital forensics automation solution, which we're estimating from the various different proof of concepts that we've done over the duration of the project, that some of the turnaround times will be cut down from what is, I think from memory, over 40 days turnaround time for a device. We can turn that around in less than 2 hours with our sort of tests that we've done. So we're going to be seeing digital devices coming into our department, and fingers crossed, going out within the same day, basically, which will be a revolutionary step forward for us as a police force, and that will improve the level of service. And then the last thing that's mentioned at the top of that diagram is that we will be delivering a web-based review platform, essentially a web application in partnership with Telefónica Tech and a digital forensic software vendor called Magnet Forensics. We're going to be delivering essentially a web-based review platform where our investigators can review and consume what is technical stuff that comes out of these devices. So that's where they will understand what the criminal has been doing, who the criminal has been communicating with, all that data that is stored in a phone and a laptop and cloud data, digital devices will be simplified and made accessible to our investigators, which myself and our chief officer team are most excited about. Is that's the thing that we really want our investigators to start using and consuming. But obviously we need the foundations and the network and all the IT stuff to make the solution work. The other thing as well, as I said, I've spent the last 5 years operating in the cybercrime world of policing, dealing with ransomware attacks and cyber attacks against businesses. So setting on this journey with Telefónica, I really wanted to make sure that we didn't just build essentially a new IT platform with some applications on it. I wanted to make sure that we also thought about our own cybersecurity. So that's why we've selected Telefónica's Next Defence cybersecurity, managed cybersecurity service, which is it's got various different products within it, but obviously CrowdStrike is quite a big component of that. Yeah. So I think we're the first UK police force that I know of that's selected CrowdStrike in the UK to be deployed as part of a managed detection and response solution. And like you said, we were the first customer at the time to take Telefónica's Next Defence service that was launched in the UK. Obviously, it's more mature in the continent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Yeah, and we put the green rubber stamp on there, so we're working and presenting with Anthony in Leicestershire today. But we're doing this within multiple UK police force. So this is where the idea of the blueprints come from. So we started the journey with Leicestershire 4 or 5 years ago, and actually what we've done is formulate this blueprint to say, okay, next police service, you don't need to go on that journey and spend all that time, 3-4 years, evaluating public cloud, what technologies work, what doesn't. We've got a blueprint ready for you to roll out, right? So save all that time, save all that money, all that effort, and use this blueprint. And the blueprint it's an a la carte menu, so you can take bits and pieces of it. Some forces will already have some of this, and some won't have any at all, so you can take whichever pieces you so desire, essentially. So that's what the green approved mark is there. We think it's approved anyway. So what does the future hold? I'll put all these up on the screen, and maybe we can touch on a few of these as we go. And I know that you and me have already been around here and found some more futures of what it holds with quantum computing and drones that can be put out in the field somewhere. So but let's touch on some of these. So I think firstly for me, everyone talks about AI. Actually, we've not talked about it much here at this event, which is great, but it's still a thing. But I think for AI, it's all about data strategy and foundations, right? So there's no point, like we talked about, all that old data that's locked away, siloed, unknown exactly what that data contains. You can't just squirt AI at that. You've got to start to build a data strategy, or maybe even multiple data strategies, and start to then carve that up into useful subsets of data, and then start to use AI on top of that to get some value and add to that. Things like Copilot, I think.
I was going to say, with the AI, so in our solution that we've designed, in partnership with you, Will, at Telefónica, we're already deploying AI and machine-assisted technologies and machine learning in with our solution. As I mentioned earlier, there is a large proportion of our investigations that are relating to online child abuse. So obviously with that, there's obviously vast quantities of video data, vast quantities of photographic data as well that we need to essentially trawl through as investigators. So we're deploying things like NVIDIA Grid to do essentially help us as investigators bring forward that abuse material and make it more readily obvious to us as investigators that it's there. So rather than an investigator spending what might be several days looking at quite horrific material, we're able to condense that into a shorter period of time, which obviously is very important for us on the officer welfare front. We're also able to do some quite cool things with object recognition. So in investigations, if we've got vast quantities of CCTV footage and we want to perhaps look at 20 hours of CCTV footage and pick out the red car, well, rather than a human being having to sit there and look at 20 hours of footage and spot the red car, we're hoping later this year to do a mini proof of concept around some AI and some software that we're looking at as well to assist us with that as well. So we're doing a bit of AI at the moment, but I think we're really excited once we've got the foundations really cemented in for this solution.
Yeah.
We just want to keep growing on that AI and bringing AI into the solution as much as possible, as we've already made a fair chunk of investment with GPUs and NVIDIA Grid and all those sorts of things as well. And obviously we've got public cloud as well that allows us to do things on a bit of a responsive way. If we don't want to go out and buy essentially a load more GPUs and technology to help us do that thing for a short period of time, well, that's really where the hyperscalers for me and public cloud allows us to respond. If we get a murder investigation and we happen to have loads of perhaps foreign language related evidence in there, that's where we can bring in services from the public cloud and bolt those into the investigation.
Yeah, and I think those sort of serious incidents, something that's happened at a festival or an event, God forbid, but like you say, you can crank up all that compute power, do what you need to do, and then ramp it back down again. I think you touched on a few of these. So language translation, wouldn't it be great if we could use AI to do the translation in the interview room? So rather than wait for a human being to turn up to the interview, actually we can do the language translation there and then to speed up investigation, actually potentially reduce costs in that way as well. You've touched on CSAM, 5G, edge connectivity. I mean, we touched on DigiVans, so there's DFU vans that go out to site. If we can have these 5G connected with edge computing in the back of the van, again, at those major incidents, we can do a lot of that investigation there and then collect the evidence. So we're not waiting, we haven't got to worry about a backlog. Obviously, a criminal's device is changing all the time, so the quicker we can get the data off that device, the more likely we are to catch them, right?
With regards to the 5G connectivity and that, super speed acceleration of, the mobile age, well, we're seeing in the mobile age at the moment, with the 5G connectivity, you've got to also remember that it's not just bad people's devices that we take off them. Obviously, if we seize a mobile phone or a computer off a suspected criminal, 9 times out of 10 they would be under arrest and they would be at the police station. So we can examine that mobile phone or that laptop in a laboratory. It's quite easy to do. It's quite comfortable. It's in a safe place to do. However, there's obviously the other side of the investigations, which are the victims. So if you imagine you're a victim to a crime and you don't want to be without your mobile phone for what traditionally was several days, it would be great if we could go out to a victim of a crime, and with 5G and edge computing, be able to extract that data in the victim's living room and be able to start processing it near instantaneously. That is almost there. The only thing for us is we as an organisation, we're just not ready yet. We're on that journey, and I think we'll be excited over the next year or so to explore that as a way that we can bring a better level of service to our victims of crime.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think just to round up these bits, so obviously some of the Microsoft platforms and the Power Apps, maybe being able to dashboard some of that information. How many crimes are we solving? Are we providing the service that we should be providing to the public, and actually take that transparency out to the public and publish it out in the region and say, hey, we're doing a good job here, right? That sort of thing. And then applications like most public sector organisations, there's a lot of legacy there, and there's a continual kind of application modernisation. So we're going through some of that with Leicestershire and other police forces. They've taken on the Magna portfolio, but there's a whole plethora of apps that we need to consider and think about. Anything else you want to touch on, or?
Yeah, the only thing that's kind of there in a few of the icons, for us, obviously, we all understand that the cloud is massive, and cloud data sources now are becoming even larger for us as investigators. And what we are finding is that there is now, in some cases, more data stored in the cloud than perhaps on the device in some cases. So for us, being able to acquire that data, with the latest, fastest connectivity, I mean, for us as a police force, a simple step forward for us that recently in the last few weeks is that we've kind of supersized our connectivity to the cloud and the internet. We've procured through Telefónica a 10 gigabit connectivity to allow us to go and essentially extract and download cloud data for our investigations. So simple things like that are just really, really important to have those solid foundations to enable us to do business. So yeah, cloud data is one that's just going to continue to grow and accelerate. And obviously mobile devices have already overtaken in our organisation over conventional laptops and Windows-based devices. So we're just going to see that grow year on year, I think, in my assessment, being able to respond to some of the storage that's on some of the devices. So if any of you ever hear from any of the mobile vendors, I'd fully expect you to be seeing sort of 2 terabyte devices at some point in the near future. We're already seeing a terabyte on many platforms. So obviously that creates us a challenge, because that means that it's now longer, and we need longer to extract those devices.
And criminals don't often have one mobile phone, right? They have 2, 3, however many. Yeah. Even people in our personal lives have multiple phones, a work phone and a personal phone. Yeah. So if something happened here and you want to take evidence from all those separate devices, the headache is massive, right? Yeah. So the problem's only going to get bigger.
Constant challenge that we have as law enforcement. Mobile vendors have to balance consumers. I myself as a consumer, they have to balance the privacy and the security of devices, whilst also balancing, I suppose, in some degrees, our needs as well. And we're finding it constantly harder to get into digital devices, with encryption seen everywhere, device security. Just this week alone, with one of the iOS updates, that's made a significant challenge to us doing our, I suppose, investigations. But it's always that constant 1 step forward, 2 steps back. But eventually we get there. So,
and I think that's the partnership thing, right? So for us, it's not about what we've already done with Leicestershire. It's about what does the future hold. So in terms of just wrapping up, I think digital forensics is quite specific a topic, but if you are looking at a digital forensics transformation journey, then we do have the offer of a free workshop. So this was all about partnership. It started 4 or 5 years ago for us in Leicestershire Police. We want to go on that journey with every police force, multiple law enforcements globally, internationally. We think we've got some good IP, some good talent that can help kind of transform those environments quickly. Failing that, if you don't do digital forensics, it's a similar story for Telefónica Tech in the UK. We want to build strong partnerships and solve very complex business problems. And that's us. We'll wrap it up for today. I think that's all. Unless you've got anything to add, are you okay?
Yeah. I'd just say it's not also about policing. Digital forensics is also done by the private sector as well.
Yeah.
So many organisations have large corporate investigation teams, essentially insider threat teams. There's also a value for that for this solution. I think from my side, this blueprint would work very well in those sort of settings, as well as incident response teams as well. We've seen obviously a massive growth in cyber incident response providers. Some of the technologies that we're bringing in our solution would definitely be a help for people that don't necessarily work within the police sector and attack this solely from the digital forensics angle as well. So
absolutely. Perfect. Okay, I think that's it. That's our slot. So appreciate everyone listening. Appreciate your time. Thanks, Anthony, again.
Yeah, thank you, Will, as well. Right. And thank you. Like I said, partnership. All right. Here we go. That way. Yeah, to get D-Mark.